I call to order the meeting of the Mayor and Council special meeting for March 25th, 2023. I ask for a moment of silent reflection for, I'll just hold on a second, for for all those municipalities that are struggling currently with the financial bind that we are a bit in, and that for wisdom and for the ability to weigh and make appropriate decisions. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting complies with the Open Public Meeting Act by notification via the March 1st, 2023 Sunshine Notice containing the time, the date, and the access information to the town news and the record, and by posting of the same on the municipal bulletin board and the borough website, and filing a notice of the same with the municipal clerk. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilman Kanigo?
Present.
Council President Kaufman?
here.
Councilwoman Montesano Cohen?
Here.
Councilwoman Kinsella?
Here.
Councilwoman Malalari?
Here.
Councilman Benson?
Here,
Mayor Papaleo?
Here, I also like to recognize that we have with us the Budget Committee members. We also have several department heads present with us, and we're grateful for their time. So we're going to first open to the public, and then we're going to recognize our Council President and Finance Chair. So could I have a motion and second to open to the public?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Council only. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstention? Hearing none, we are open to the public. Madam President, I don't know if we have any public at this point.
We do. We have one person. Neil, would you like to speak? If so, raise your hand and I will call on, allow you. Doesn't look like it.
All right, then. Could I have a motion and second to close to the public?
So moved.
Second,
All in council only. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, it is unanimous. Okay, so our topic is 2023 capital budget discussion. So I'm going to recognize our finance chair and our council president first. Council President Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor. This year is a very difficult year for local budgets in New Jersey because of inflation, especially for healthcare costs and insurance. River Edge is no exception to New Jersey. Our health insurance bill is expected to increase almost 25%, or $176,000 for 2023. Our borough administrator attempted to find us more attractive terms, but was unable to, given our small size. We tried every possible avenue for better terms. Even some towns which are self-insured are seeing 20% increases in healthcare costs, and many residents have likely seen their own premiums go up a lot for 2023. Our liability insurance is increasing by $53,000, which equals 19%. And that is with the Joint Insurance Fund doing what they can to control premiums where they can by starting to self-insure the cyber insurance risk. These items, insurance and healthcare, are mandatory and are placing a substantial burden on the budget this year. In addition, our garbage contract will be renegotiated next year. And as mentioned last week, other towns are seeing increases of 70% to 180%. So that is a big upcoming increased expense that we must prepare for now as best we can. Furthermore, we've been seeing inflationary increases in equipment and material costs for the last 2 years, just as the US has. We were able to preempt about a 20% increase in the Scott packs we bought when Chief Caridi let us know a price increase was coming. But we can't preempt them always, unfortunately, and these increases have been and are affecting our budget. Unfortunately, in addition to these operating item increases that everyone is facing, we had to authorize debt last year for a variety of emergency infrastructure spending requirements for our town, such as Valley Avenue, Voorhees Avenue, and Borough Hall. We currently have $8.4 million in bonds outstanding. In addition, we have $12.8 million in debt that is authorized but not yet issued. This means that even before this year's capital budget, the town's debt load will be increasing to a significant degree over the next few years. As a result, we're going to have to aggressively cut the capital budget today and cut as much as we can out of the operating budget in order to reduce the taxpayer burden in this and future budget years.
Thank you. And very sobering, but it's very true statement in every aspect. And so as we come to this meeting, we have to not only remove what we may want for what we need, but we're also going to have to look at what we need and see if we can't place it over a few years or put it off for a few years. So these are the situations that this is the situation that we face this year, but we're not alone. There are 565 municipalities in the state of New Jersey who are experiencing the same budget constraints. There are 70 municipalities in Bergen County that are experiencing the same budget constraints. I know that when I, at different events, when I run into mayors as well as council members, they're all saying the same thing. However, we here in River Edge are going to do our best to minimize the effect on the taxpayers to what limited ability that we have. All right, Ms. Apertola, I believe our first item up is the Shade Tree Commission. How would you like to proceed?
That is correct. All the outstanding capital discussions that need to be solidified tonight, today will be discussed, and the order will be Shade Tree, followed by OEM, then the fire department, then the police department, and then DPW. So we have the Shade Tree chairperson and secretary to the commission to explain their request for $19,000 for tree planting in the parks and the arboretum.
Liz, Jen, you guys are up.
So I want to make this clear. We're not really requesting capital for our parks and the planting. We're requesting open space. There's been, since 2020, things changed for us. It was the first year we didn't receive open space funding. I realized during that time there was a matching grant for recreation. So at that time, we were actually awarded $15,500 in the operating budget in lieu of receiving open space. And that was basically earmarked for our parks, which we used. 2021, we were denied open space again, and we were awarded $12,000 from capital. 2022, denied again for open space funding. However, we were awarded $19,000 out of capital. So I just want to be clear to everybody that since I have records since 2012, we've always received funding for open space for our parks. So it was just a different way how we were being allocated the funding that we could still plan. I'm not sure what the plan is this year. Typically in past years, Alan and the mayor and council would hold a meeting either in January and February, and all eligible commissions and committees would present what projects they wanted to complete it. And at that time you could discuss it and see if there were any, projects that you could work together with. I would say back what was it? Last time, I think I have my numbers back from 2019. I think there was about $143,000 in the pool for open space. I'm not sure what's in there right now, if recreation is still using majority of the money, but the Shade Tree Commission is requesting the $19,000 from the Open Space Fund, which, I mean, if I'm looking back at numbers, we're only asking for about 13% of the funds. However, it would stay with the guidelines and the goals of what the Open Space Fund is for.
Thank you. Lizette, can you speak to why so let me clarify first. Ms. Dougherty, Ms. Stewart, sorry, it's a formal meeting, so I should have used your last names. You're saying that you're looking for $19,000, whether it comes from capital or open space, for tree planting. Is that correct?
It's correct.
parks.
And you know,
In the park?
in
In the park.
it's all in the parks,
Okay.
just parks.
So, Ms. Apertola,
Could I just clarify also? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
It's not just tree planting. Our request is also for watering the trees in the park. So we just had a very large planting. So it's for hiring summer help to plant in the park.
But that
It's-
can't come from capital, that for certain can't come from capital.
It's in the,
Open space?
yeah, it's in the parks, for the parks.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ms.
it's all for the
Apertola-
parks. Yeah. And it's for maintenance of the arboretum. So the plaques and things like that.
Ms. Apertola, can you speak to whether you think this 19,000 should be removed and placed in an open space request and therefore doesn't belong in this as capital, or can you speak to the issue of I guess the person that they would need to hire for the watering? And give some clarity to the council as well as the committee and the general public.
Well, the Shade Tree Commission currently has a balance from a prior authorization of, I believe, $7,000. However, the Open Space Trust Fund statutorily involves the recreation, the acquisition, development, maintenance of lands for recreation or conservation purposes, the acquisition of farmland, historic preservation, of historic properties, structures, facilities, the payment of debt service for any of the items above, or Blue Acres projects. And the ballot question did say that it is to leverage grants. Our parks have been identified by the GIF as need for improvement. There are several improvements required to Brookside Park and Memorial Park. And these improvements are very extensive and very expensive, which will take almost 7 to 8 years of the 10-year trust fund reallocation. And based on the expenses involved, every penny in the trust fund must be used to leverage, to match those grants and not incur further debt for the borough.
Okay. So if I understand what you're saying is they can't fit into the open space because of the GIF requirements that were satisfied.
Correct,
Okay. So that's why they're appearing in the capital budget.
correct.
Okay. Now let's go back to the question of hiring someone to maintain the Arboretum. Is the 7,000 that you mentioned before able to handle that portion of their request?
That's
So-
earmarked. That actually is earmarked for, we're purchasing benches. I'm sorry, not benches, tables for the Arboretum. We actually met with Councilwoman Kaufman and with a member of the DPW, and that's already, we have actually that invoice, so that is earmarked.
Okay. Ms. Apertola, so that those funds are not available. So really, Ms. Dougherty, Ms. Stewart, you're saying that you have two requests but from the capital, we can't fund the person who would be watering or maintaining the plants because that would not fit into capital. Ms. Apertola, am I correct with that?
Correct, and there's already in the operating 20,000 under tree planting and 4,000 for maintenance. So, the person that would be watering the trees that are in the parks and the arboretum, that would have to come out of operating. It wouldn't fall under capital.
So it'd fall out of the 24 currently in the operating budget, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
it could come out of the tree planting, and that person just, well, I leave it to our CFO to explain whether that person just submits the vouchers and is paid and then receives a W-9 at the end of the year, or if a salary and wage line needs to be created under the commission account.
Mr. Battaglia, can you speak to that?
Yeah, if we're going to pay them out of the open space trust fund, then you wouldn't need a salary and wage account. If we're going to pay them from the budget, we would need a salary and wage account. They would be considered employees and would get a W-2 at the end of the year rather than a 1099.
Okay, so based on what we're hearing, if the council decides and is required by the JIF and by the bond to run all of the improvements to the parks as required, then that would leave no open space, and therefore they would need a W-2. Is that correct?
That's correct. They'll get a W-2 either way. They would still, I mean, that's an IRS guideline that if we determine what they do, when they work, how they work, they're considered an employee. So they would be under payroll. So yes, we would need to add a salary and wage account to Shade Tree to fund that.
Okay. So, Ms. Dougherty, Ms. Stewart, we've dealt with the issue of the employee needed to, and it's not part of capital. So that would just leave the 19,000, which is currently in capital, for tree planting in the park. Do you agree?
Well, the watering comes out of DPW. We work with them because we're not an official department. So Jason actually helps us with that, and he does the hiring, just to clarify that piece.
No, we're talking about the funding right now. We're not talking about the hiring.
I know, but you said that we're hiring under our department. It doesn't, just to be clear that doesn't work like
I
that.
think he was speaking technically
Okay, right,
from the
and
budget,
yeah.
not actual from a actual or from a logistical point of view. All right, so does any member of council wish to ask a question of Shade Tree in regards to the $19,000? Okay, so I call the question, does the council wish to leave in the $19,000 for tree planting? Oh, hold on, Ms. Appertol.
Then is this tree planting separate from the 20,000 that's already requested in operating under the tree planting line?
You know what? I didn't put in tree planting for the 20,000 this year because mayor and council decided that we were on an every other year planting. So we planted in 2022. So 2023 is an off year for us. So I didn't put in a request for planting.
Okay, so that line can be zeroed out from the capital. I mean, not from the capital, from the operating.
From operating, yeah, I put down 0 request and I earmarked that we just do it. Our planting right now is every other year per mayor and council.
Give a little background to the public. What we do is we try to do every other year instead of this year, every year, because there is a cost incurred for shipping of the trees, for planting of the trees. So we try to get the biggest bang for our buck, and Shade Trees and the council has always tried to do that because that goes to curb appeal and to the overall home value, property value. So we want to make sure that we protect our residents' property value as well as, do something for the environment and beautify the town through the trees.
And just to, I'm happy that you did say that because we also need to do that in our parks. I was not aware of the full, the GIF that it was going to be this long period of time, but it's really important also to think about the wildlife and the habitat in our parks. So I just wanted to make sure, because I was a little surprised about not being awarded open space if it's really, we're talking about it's 7 to 8 years for a project for recreation. I would think that JIF would incorporate some type of planting within the requirements. I'm not well versed on what it is. I would probably want to look at it to see what's going to be happening in the parks, but I would assume you would have to have, landscaping, trees, shrubs put back in over that period of time.
Well, since it's such a multifaceted project, we can't encumber all the funds to meet everything within a year or two. The restoration would be at the tail end. Once we know we mitigated the playgrounds and the walkways and the other items identified, then we could focus on restoration.
Okay.
Mr. Superintendent Melito.
Yeah, so going back just to the water boy, usually that got taken out of open space and transferred into my account so I could hire.
Mhm.
They're saying that there's no longer money for that position and I didn't budget for that position. So how are we gonna fund that position?
Ms. Apertola and Mr. Battaglia. Lizette or Chris, how would we handle that? We need to handle that before we put the budget forward. So right now, we're talking about 20,000 being removed from their operating budget. Maybe we need to not zero it out completely so that we have the funds that can then be transferred into DPW for watering and maintenance of our current commitment of trees.
So we never had, so the tree planting line, that is already zeroed out in the package that you have, or should be zeroed out in the package that you have. It is on the tax impact that I have here, but it was never in a salary and wage account. We do have part-time money available in the DPW account. I don't know if that was not earmarked for the part-time shade tree employees, but that's where it would have been charged last year since we didn't use open space.
Chris, sorry, can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Chris, I believe that's for the senior bus driver. That's what the part-time is for in that account. It's not for shade trees, water person. What we used to do is they had accounts that were left open. So they would wind down accounts. I would tell Gita to transfer from open space to my account so I can hire the water boy, and then there would be X amount of dollars every year. They would do the allocation where it came from, and then I would just tell our finance to move. But it always came out of open space.
So as of now, the balance in the open space salary and wage account is $1,600, $1,620. So yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough this year or if we're going to need more than that. Last year, it looks like we spent $3,600, so we would need an additional $2,000 if all things are equal.
We already used that money. That money was, we encumbered all the funds that 1,600 you're referencing. That's now part of the $7,741.84 that we're purchasing the tables for the Arboretum area. So we're not gonna have any open space money for that.
So is the 19,000 in addition to that or inclusive?
That's incorporated in the 7,700. That's our balance right now. If you look at the overall balance for 2019, that's $7,741.84.
Right,
So that includes the 1620.35.
Is that in addition to the 19,000 that you need, or does that reduce the 19,000 that you need?
It does not reduce two separate projects.
Okay.
So we've had that. So the money that and also a little more history. The reason why we have 2019 and we had 2018 open space money for a while was because of the community center. So what year was that? I guess right around 2020, in that time frame, we were restricted from planting doing anything in the Arboretum and part of the parks because of the community center was going to be built. We also took down I know we have some new members here. For this project, 14 trees were removed in the Arboretum and over by the Cultural Center. And we did transplant 7 trees. So we are really trying to revitalize this area. Just trying to make another note of how important it is to, reforest our parks. But so the $19,000 that we're requesting is for 25 trees, signage, and redoing some plaques that are around our Arboretum. So it's separate, 2 separate projects.
Ms. Albertola.
In the operating for maintenance, there's 4,000. So why not move that 4,000 to the DPW part-time salary and wage to cover the watering person salary, since it's a seasonal position anyway.
Well, it's maintenance. I mean, that's another line item that we use to care for our trees, whether we need arbor guards, deer protection. So that's how we maintain trees.
And for the emerald ash borer, we're due for the treatment this year. We've been treating our ash trees for the emerald ash borer, so that was earmarked for that for this year because we skipped last year.
Okay, so we have a lot of moving pieces with this that we were not expecting, and we should deal with all of them. Let's start first with the $19,000. I'm going to ask the council, does the council wish to leave in the $19,000, or does the council wish to do something else? So let's take it in pieces. So we're going to deal with the capital budget first. Councilman Kanigo.
I'm gonna hearken back to what Council President said very eloquently at the beginning of our session. Today, we're here to slash. We have to slash, not only for this year, but for upcoming years. Some of us on the council have been talking about this for months, that this was going to be brutal. I believe in Shade Tree. I believe in everything they do. I believe they're important. But this year, I only brought 1 pen, and it's red. We have to slash. So unfortunately, my vote would be no.
All right, any other member of council or committee? Committee is also should weigh in if they would have an opinion at this point.
I want to say something, Mr. Mayor. I truly believe in the Shade Tree. I'm passionate as well as they are. We are in such serious situation this year. Is unbelievable the amount of that we're facing. I think it makes sense to hold off right now, given the GIF situation that is upon us, that we need to meet first before we even consider where to plant. We don't know how the park are going to end up once we address the GIF concerns, which we need to mitigate now. And for that reason, I think it makes sense to reconsider this year until those issues are addressed and we are satisfied from a GIF perspective. I hope that is clear, and I hope that is reasonable.
Okay. Any other member of council or committee? Go ahead.
I agree with both previous comments. We do love the trees. We know how important they are, but really makes sense to wait until the parks are redone.
All right. Any other member of council or committee?
Mayor, I'm just going to say that I concur with my fellow council members.
Okay. All right. So then I asked for a motion from a member of council. It appears that it is both the spoken and unspoken will of the council to remove the $19,000 for tree planting. Could I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It is now open for debate, but I think we've pretty much had discussion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Oh, go ahead. Well, Liz, at this point, you guys are not, you're not, according to Robert's rules, part of this, it's only council at this point. No debate. Okay, so all in favor of removing the $19,000 from the Parks and Fields capital budget line, please say aye.
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 I need to know that all members of council have spoken. If you have not spoken, then you need to say abstain or no. Is there any abstention? Is there any no? Hearing none, it is unanimous. Liz, I'm sorry, Ms. Stewart, Ms. Dougherty, I hope that we are in a better financial position next year for this capital item, but we're not done with your budget yet. So I believe that we do need to find money for the watering. I want to return to Ms. Apatola. Ms. Apatola, do you have any suggestions for how we might solve the planting so that DPW's budget remains whole and the work that needs to take place could take place?
We could eliminate the office supplies line and remove the training line to 5,000, since last year only 830,000 has been used to fund the salary. Because everything else, it was explained what the purpose of the maintenance is. The stump removal has to remain in case any trees have to be removed for whatever reason, and the stumps have to be removed. So the only other two lines out of operating that could be reduced or zeroed out are the office supplies and training.
Can I just ask, are you talking about moving that money, when you say zero out, moving that money, taking it out and moving it to watering?
Yes.
So that money is earmarked. I just want to explain that we need that training because we have a management plan with the state. So they require that we have a certain amount of CEUs per year in order to apply for grant money. And we did get significant grant money last year to do planting. Jen, was it 50,000?
No, $66,000.
$66,000 we were awarded because we keep up with our continuing education. I know that line was not used last year because I actually am an arborist and I paid for a lot of my own training and that went towards CEUs. I will not be doing that this year because I've gotten all of my CEUs for my license for this year. And we have other members in our commission that would like to do training. They just were not able to last year. Jason will sometimes send his tree crew for training, which is also important, but he wasn't able to due to staffing last year. So that money is earmarked. Like all of this money it's not just sitting there for other things. And I understand the budget constraints this year, I really do. But for some reason, and I know that the mayor and council and the town really loves trees. You give us money for planting, I know that. But we run as a small department, even though we're volunteers and we donate a lot of our time and we get grant money. And to always put the trees last, it winds up never happening. We never get to it. Every project that we do, the trees come last and we have to fight and struggle and pull for money. So it's better to have a full plan for it instead of saying, let's put it last. It's not a good plan, but this money is all earmarked to move this around.
So,
and it's usually about $4,000 to $5,000 we set aside for watering. We didn't spend that last year because the water person was hired a little later in the season. They left earlier. They took a vacation here and there. So the money we spent last year may not cover it. Jen, I think we budget, or Jason, maybe you
We
remember.
typically we do 5,000, but last year, like you said, it was like 3,600 because it didn't work full time.
Yeah, and Jason has always expressed that we should probably pay maybe like $1 more an hour. I don't know if that's, so we need to budget at least 4,000, I believe.
Okay, so let's first, Council President, Kaufman.
I was thinking maybe we could move that 5,000 from the Historic Commission. They spent less than their allocated budget last year and move that money over for Shade Tree. It's an
Okay,
option.
Ms. Apertola, is there any obstacle to us doing that?
No, because we're still in the drafting stage. I would say reduce the training to 2,500. That would pay half of the salary. And historic, sorry, just 175. and take the other 2,500 from the historic preservation, and there's your $5,000.
Okay, Councilwoman Kaufman, before I go to another person, is this a suggestion or is this by way of a motion? If it's by way of a motion, I have to ask for a second.
It's a suggestion.
All right, then Councilman Kanigo.
We should hear from Historic before we take away their funds. I know they've got a lot of projects going on. I'm not the liaison. I don't remember who the liaison is, but maybe the liaison can speak to it.
Ms. Apertola, who is the liaison for Historic?
I don't have that list.
Council.
I am.
Okay, Councilman Benson, do you know of any pending action that Historic is planning that would require that we could remove these funds from at this time?
I mean, nothing that I'm aware of. I know that they're working on projects and they were supposed to submit actually a letter to us requesting monies for a project, but we've never gotten that letter. So given that, I think, if we can prioritize.
All right, Councilman.
Am I allowed to make a suggestion?
Sure.
So I typically, over the past couple of years, have never put money into our emergency line because it was just removed. Back in the day, Alan's like, if there's an emergency, funds will be available, and it's actually really not underneath our jurisdiction because DPW, Jason would have to get involved for any type of emergency. So I'd never had money in there. Last year, I requested zero, however, $4,600 was taken from that line, which basically was withdrawn from our overall budget. So this year, I put down 5,000 just because I didn't want our other line numbers to be depleted. If you decide that I don't need that 5,000 in emergency, there's our salary for a watering person. And if there is an actual emergency, a tree needs to get removed, from Oak Ditch or from any other properties, that will come out of emergency funds that the council has put aside.
Okay. Mr. Melito, your hand's been up. This is a good suggestion. I was going to go to Ms. Apertola. Do you wish to comment on this suggestion? If not, I'm going to go to Ms. Apertola and come back to you.
So in the emergency lines that Jen brought up, I do also have an emergency line, but it's for ditches for after storms. We have massive storms and trees come down in the ditches and start blocking them. That money is earmarked just to make sure that we can get a crane in here. Most of our ditches are behind houses.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, we have been running into bigger trees leaning over houses where it's a little harder to do from the bucket truck without a crane. And some of our easements along sides of homes, such as like the parks to get in there and if they're leaning and all that. So I would suggest keeping the $5,000 in that budget for emergency purposes on their side. And then keep mine separate for the drainage because that's why it was put in. Emergency funds, and Lizette, I don't know if you could talk more on this. I don't believe we can use building and grounds or any of the sewer line kind of emergencies we have for tree removal.
No, we cannot.
So I would suggest keeping that because we're getting more and more trees and they'll even say, tell you, we're getting more trees aged out in certain areas and it's getting, you need the crane. That's pretty much where the emergency comes from is the crane.
Right.
It's one tree. So just for example, so the
Jen,
council understands.
hold on.
Okay.
We got a big agenda and I know you're arguing
Okay.
for it, but I'm trying to find a solution that allows us to move on. Since the Historic Commission has not made a plan or requested funds for a specific amount, I think Council President Kaufman's suggestion is a good suggestion. And if we need to go back maybe after we publish the budget to tweak it, I believe we have that flexibility. I think because we have so many other items on the agenda, that this might be a temporary solution that we want to move forward with so that we can get to the other items on the agenda. So I'm going to put it to the council. Do you wish Ms. Apertola suggested we take that, and we might be able to take, I'm forgetting who now, 2,500 from historic and keep 2,500 in Shade Tree. Ms. Apertola, would that make sense?
Yes, to take a 2,500 from historic and reduce training from 5,000 to 2,500. I concur with our superintendent. We need to maintain that emergency line in the event there's an issue with a mature tree that is not in a ditch that has to be removed, and it cannot be done in-house. That is why it was zeroed out last year, but we did have that expenditure because a situation did arise.
And by doing this movement from historic to Shade Tree, the 2,500, and keeping the 2,500, we're doing essentially a zero budget change.
Correct. It's just moving the line to DPW part-time salary and wages to cover for the water person to do their assigned summer task.
Councilman Kinigo.
Is there still money left over for historic since they're not here to tell us and we're
Yes.
just gonna do-
Yes, they would, their budget would go from 7,250 to 5,000 to 4,750.
How much of their budget did they use last year?
2,250. But
Out of
the
how-
prior year, they used almost 3,500.
Out of how much each year?
They had, in 21, their budget was 6,650. They used 3,428.50. Last year, they requested additional funding for the Omeka site to upload historic documents as a digital database. Ironically, they had requested 7,450. They actually spent 2,250. And this year they reduced their request by 200 to 7,250.
Okay, sounds reasonable.
Could I have a motion?
I move that we use 2,500 from Historic Commission's operating budget and 2,500 from the Shade Tree training budget to pay for $5,000 in tree watering.
So
Second,
we're- So wait, so we're reducing Shade Tree's budget to 2,500 and we're moving historic. That's the motion, correct?
Yes,
And Lizette, that's what you're suggesting, correct?
Yes, we're not reducing the whole Shade Tree budget. It is just the training line by 2,500.
Correct. Just want to make sure that everybody understands what we're doing. Are we good? And we have a motion in did we have a second for that?
Second,
All right, I'll put it before the council. All in favor, please say aye.
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 aye,
Any member of council wish to say abstain or say nay? Having none, we are done with Shade Tree. Correct, Ms. Apertola?
Correct. So we could continue on our agenda to OEM.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Thank you, Ms. Dougherty. We're sorry that we had to make those cuts, but we appreciate your input. And hopefully next year we will have more flexibility in our budgeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Take
right.
care.
have a
All
good
right,
day.
so now we come to OEM, Chief Sanders, former Chief Sanders, our coordinator for Office of Emergency Management. So in this, we're looking at the portable radios. We're talking about vehicle partial 2024 purchase and solar panel board partial for 2024. Former Chief Sanders, do you wish to speak to any of this before the council has a discussion?
I have no problem reducing the budget and taking out the signboard and the vehicle and just keeping the mobile radio, the portable radios. This radio program that we started last year would bring us up to date, especially when we're communicating with both the Milford Ordell and Paramus, since they're also on a they got newer radios and they're also in a trunk system, and they are on a different radio band than we are. So I would look to definitely want to keep that. The signboard, as I said last week, we can always borrow from the county. I've already been in touch with the Michelle Ryan from the rec, and she just requested that we may need a signboard for the River Edge Run in at the end of the month. Now, thinking about the vehicle, the Tahoe or equivalent, I was just thinking, since Chief Walker was looking to get start a vehicle replacement, if he could, if we can use it for dual purposes, this way we could, this way, you know, he'll be using that vehicle Monday through Friday, and if there's an emergency in his town, that we would, the schools would be closed, so he wouldn't be using that person for the schools. So, I mean, that's how I feel about it right now.
Right, thank you, Coordinator Sanders. So I know the council, I believe the council is looking to cut from this group, Office of Emergency Management. Chief, Coordinator Sanders, how many radios would that 12,000 be buying?
That will go incorporate from last year, 12,000. It would go to two portables and 4 lower scale radios for for events like River Edge Day, 4th of July, and the River Edge Run.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me, I hate to do this to you, but I just got a call.
Go.
So I'll get back to as soon as I'm back.
All right.
Sorry.
Without objection, we're going to, well, the council can deal with the first 2 items. The chief said that, and the former chief Sanders said that the solar sign board and the vehicle could be put off. Does the council wish to make a decision about those 2 and then leave portable radios to later, or does the council wish to postpone it until our coordinator can return? Councilman Kanigo.
I think we just need to move as quickly as we can through it. The chief volunteered taking those 2 items off, so I moved to remove those from the budget, and then we can come back to the radios.
That is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Since we have had no discussion about it, I am going to open this for debate. Is there debate, question, or comment? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to remove from the budget vehicle partial for 2024 purchase, solar sign board partial for 2024 from the Office of Emergency Management capital request, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstentions? All right, and we will return to portable radio, OEM, when the chief returns. We are now at fire department. We have, under the fire department, we have turnout gear, hose, purchases for pagers, mobile radio replacement and program, the battery operated smoke detector has already been removed, right? And that leaves the ladder truck partial for 2026 purchase. We have with us Fire Chief Caridi with us. Chief Caridi, if you'd like to speak to your current capital request.
Good morning, everyone. Mayor, should I just go down the list of what we talked about last week? Would that be a more?
I think that would be very helpful, Chief.
Okay, so as we talked about last week, the mobile radio replacement for the 3 apparatus, as you heard Chief Walker and myself talk about, that it's critical communications for the county and not only interagency in the borough. So I'm requesting that $30,000 number remain. We talked about the turnout gear. Again, that's a critical function. We could get away with 38,000, but I believe Councilman Kanigo recommended we keep it at 40. The programming of the portable radios, again, that's a critical communication key. I'm asking if we can keep that at 20. The pagers, we knocked that down to 3,000 last Saturday from the originally requested, I believe it was 6,000. The hose, we knocked that down from the original, I believe it was 15,000 to 8. Again, we'll just do what we have to do. If you want, Mayor, I can skip over the ladder truck number and we can come back to that.
Sure.
The iPads, I've been working with Sergeant Zemenides from the police department. Him and I have been going back and forth discussing what we can get. That number could probably go down to 3,000 for the iPads. I know we talked last Saturday about the ventilation chainsaw and possibly giving us 2,000 for the purchase of one saw. I got some quotes during the week, and the 2,000 isn't going to cut it. It's looking more like $3,000. But in light of everything going on, I'm going to waiver that for this year, and we'll figure it out next year. So we can take that off the 2023 capital.
Okay. Chief, my whole page is a jumble. What did we already do? What has already been, what did we do last week?
So last week, Mayor, and everybody else jump in if my numbers are wrong here. So mobile radio at the top.
Yeah.
Was 30.
Okay. Everybody, let's take a look at this. Mobile radio. This is Chris, is this what we had agreed to currently? Mr. Battaglia.
Yeah, yes, it is. I'm sorry, Chris.
Sorry, yeah, everything in red is what changed last. I didn't keep the before and after, but I can open up an old spreadsheet and go through it. But
Just want to make sure, Chief, do you agree that that's where we left it last week?
Yeah, and I see that Chris took the mobile radio replacement and the programming of the portables and just combined those two numbers. Right, Chris?
Yes, yep.
Okay. And then the ventilation chainsaw can come out.
And where is the ventilation chain? I see it now. So we can.
But
hold on.
Chief, you told us that you spent $1,100 doing repairs on these ventilation chainsaws.
We did, Councilman. We spent on 3 saws about $1,100. And
Are you expecting to have that expense again? Because when we're looking at $1,100 versus $3,000, if getting a new one makes much more financial sense, this is one of those decisions that maybe the council would say, well, but we'll rely on your expertise because you're taking it out, but just don't do it just because of the budget. Let us make those decisions.
No, I
Tell us what you
understand
need.
that. I understand that. I mean, like I said, I got a quote during the week and all the quotes were north of $2,000. The cheapest one was $2,800. There were a couple of them north of $3,000. So, I mean, if the council can keep it in, that'd be great. As council.
When it comes to the fire department, it's saving people's lives. I see ventilation chainsaws, they sound important to me. I have no idea. I'm not a fireman.
No, they are.
But these are the kind of things that if we need, we'll spend the money. With all due respect to every other department, if it's gonna save a life or it's gonna save somebody's health, certainly it seems to me that it's something that you would expend, and $3,000 is not a huge number. That's what I'm saying. If you need this one, and I know that you wanted more than one originally, so if you just need one, and then it will defray repair costs anyway over the course of the next year, makes sense to me, but I'll leave it up to you.
What we would do with getting the one saw is we would just look to take the oldest saw or the most problematic saw out of commission. So that number would then have to go up to 3,000.
All right. Councilwoman Kaufman, you have your hand up.
Sorry, that was just asking to get the numbers up.
Okay. So, so right now we have, Mr. Councilman Kanigo, are you phrasing that as a motion or a suggestion to the council?
People's safety, I'm gonna phrase it as a motion.
Do we have a second to change the ventilator chainsaw line from 2,000 to 3,000? Well, hold on, Chief, it would be 3,000, correct?
That is correct.
Do we have a second to, and if we do, then we enter into debate. If we don't, then the motion would die and we continue with discussion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We are now open for debate. Councilwoman Monsanto Cohen.
So Chief, what I want to understand is that my numbers say one ventilation change, so would have been $2,000. You said that during the week you got quotes that it will be higher. That's where we're increasing it to 3,000 for one new one, correct?
That is correct, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other debate, question, or comment? Councilwoman Kinsella.
Chief, what is the oldest one that you would be replacing?
The oldest one, Councilwoman, I believe, is about 12 to 13 years old.
And that's pretty much their lifeline, basically.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
All right, Superintendent Melito.
Yeah, just my mechanic has worked on his saws before, and he even said they should start being replaced. The carburetors were going bad in them, and they were just hard to start. They are older saws, so just to defend the purchase of these, he definitely thought they should be replaced.
Okay. Technically, I shouldn't have called on you because we're in a motion and second. Now we're into council debate, but that's good information to have. For the rest of the council, any question, comment, or debate? So I call the question. All those in favor of moving the line from 2,000 to 3,000, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? Chris, can you update the line to 3,000? All right, there was a question of 38 or 40,000 for the turnout gear. Councilman Kanigo had suggested we keep it at 40. The chief has suggested we might be able to move to 38. Does the council wish to revisit that? If not, we're going to move on.
I'd like
Okay.
to move it. I'd like to move it to 38 if the chief thinks we can.
Chief, where are you with this?
I'm sorry, I was listening to a police call. What was the question?
You had suggested at the last meeting that we could reduce turnout gear from 40 to 38. Is it, are you comfortable with that? Is that something that you think would be something we could do and still maintain the safety of our volunteers?
We could do 38,000, but again, that's cutting it close. The 40 grand would give us a little leeway in case there's any last minute price changes or price increases. If we can, I'd like to keep it at the 40. And then just to jump off that, Mayor, the iPads down should go to 3,000.
We need a motion for that. So let's stay with the turnout gear.
Okay.
Is there a motion to reduce the 40 to 38? And is there a second? Hearing none, we're going to move on. Let's jump to the.
I move to reduce the iPads to 3,000.
Is there a second? There is a second. We are open for debate, discussion, or comment. Is there debate, discussion, or comment within council? Or the committee for that matter? The committee is proper to speak to this issue. Ms. Apertola.
Are they still iPads or just for identification in the bond ordinance, or should we just put tablets? So that way you have the option of Chromebook or Surface.
Right, we have iPads now, Lizette, so I would say tablets, and then that kind of, if you are okay with that, kind of gives us a broad leeway to get whatever we need.
Could I have a motion to amend to change the item from iPads to tablets and the line from 4,000 to 3,000?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We are now to the amended motion. Is there a further discussion or debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. From the
Aye.
council only.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? All right, so now is there any, let's move back up. Chief, you're saying that we need to keep the hoses at 8,000. I'm assuming the council will wish that, but I'm going to put that question to the council. Is there any motion from the council to reduce the hose any more than it currently is? Hearing none, I'm going to move on. Pagers are at 3,000. Is there any motion from council to reduce pagers more than 3,000? Hearing none, we're going to leave it at that. Ventilators, saw we already gone through. Programming, is there any motion from the council to reduce the programming? That would actually be That line is incorrect. It would be mobile radio replacement because programming is a separate line, correct? Okay, so is there any motion to reduce mobile radio replacement? Hearing none, I will leave it that way. Is there any motion from the council to reduce programming from 20,000? Hearing none, we are now to the last item of the budget. Is there any motion? Well, hold on, the chief didn't really speak to this. Chief, would you like to speak to the replacement line, the partial funding of $350,000?
Yes, I would, Mayor. Thank you. You know, Council President Kaufman's opening remarks were very eye-opening. Not only as a department head, but as more importantly as a taxpayer in this town. I had only put that in there to try and ease the burden of, you know, eventually when we purchase the truck. In light of what we're hearing for this year and next year, I'm asking that money be put away, but again, I understand that times are tough. So if we can do it, that's fantastic. If we could do a little bit, that's great. But I understand the need, and I understand the need for the taxpayers and what we have to do. So I'm open to any discussion, even pushing those numbers out by a year or two. So that's my input on that.
Councilman Kaniga, you have your hand up. I'm going to go to you.
I've had lengthy discussions with the chief about this particular line. Of course, as a department head, he needs to do what he needs to do, but he also understands the very serious constraints that we have upon us. I move that line over 2 slots. So instead of beginning in 2023, it gets moved to begin in 2025, and 2023 and 2024 are both cleared out. Because even though I won't be sitting on this council in a year, you guys are going to be facing the same problems that we're facing right now. So I think it's important that we think ahead as well.
All right, so are you phrasing that as a motion?
Yes, sir.
It is a motion. I would need a second for us to open for discussion, but Mr. Rollman, you would be part of that discussion as part of the committee. So is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We're now open for discussion, debate, or comment. Mr. Rollman. You have to unmute yourself, Al. You're
I'm
on.
sorry. Is there any money put aside already for that vehicle?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of committee or council who'd like to enter into debate, discussion, or inquiry? Hearing none, all in council only, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? All right, Chris, I want to make sure you understood that we're just moving the entire line 2 spaces to the right. All right. Thank you, Chief, for your support, for your understanding. If the situation changes for 2024 and you wish to revisit the issue, you of course are free to do that. But we really appreciate anything. Chief, any last words before we move on to the next item on the agenda?
No, I just want to thank everybody on the mayor and council and the Citizens Budget Committee for doing this, and everybody working together and just doing the bare minimum and what we need to do to keep the residents of the borough safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for all you do, chief.
Thank you.
The agenda, I believe next is, I don't have it in front of me. Is it DPW next?
The police department next.
Police Department. All right, let's bring up the, Chief Walker, you're here. Let me go through the items that we're looking at. And
Mayor, it's a little after 9. Can we take a 2-minute break?
Absolutely. All in favor of taking a break until, let's say, it's always good to put it to 10 minutes after 9. Please say aye.
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 All right, we are on break until 10 minutes after 9.
Thank you.
Mr. Bagtaglia, can you present this, if you can, the page which speaks to the impact currently on the median household.
So we've been cutting the capital budget, which will impact future budgets, but doesn't impact the taxes for 2023. Currently, we're at a total of 5,694,000, so just under 5.7 million. We were over 6 million. I have to pull the exact number from the original documents because I've just been overwriting it on mine. And I see Lizette just unmuted herself, so I'm
Yeah.
guessing you have the original number.
Yes, the original grand total was $6,129,142 is the total cost.
My question is this, Mr. Battaglia. My understanding is 5% has to go into operating as we remove things from capital that should impact operating, and therefore should impact this year's somewhat. Are you saying that none of the items we removed had a 5% component on the operating budget?
You're correct, Mayor. There is a 5% component. Our 5% right now, as I calculate it, comes to about 234,600. In the budget this year, I was only including 100,000. We were going to be utilizing old capital improvement fund for the difference. So I haven't been reducing it directly from the budget. And the reason why I haven't been doing that is because, as Council President Kaufman mentioned earlier, there's going to be a lot of changes in debt service over the next decade or so. So I didn't want to do anything to reduce capital expenditures in our current budget, because in future years they're going to increase. And if we reduce the basis now, the future increases are going to be much higher. So I'm reducing the amount of the reserve that we're utilizing, and in future years we can continue to utilize that reserve so that we don't have to increase our capital improvement fund further. But I wasn't reducing it directly based on these expenses. That said, I will share one bit of good news. It's not monumental, but the state did redo their state aid calculations and did release new numbers. We received an extra $7,000 or so in state aid. So
that's nice.
The budget impact went down a couple of dollars. We're at 236 now. I think we were originally at, let's see, 238. So it changed it, $2, but small change. That's all.
Can you, for context, what was the impact on last year's budget on the median household?
The spreadsheet that I keep is the mean average household, and I had 8114.
Okay, so that the public can understand why this is so dire. Last year, the impact on the mean household was $81. This year, it's 236, or 300% of last year, and that's why we are looking at every department head to and the chief Caridi did a phenomenal job there to reduce the long-term impact on our debt service, and so that we don't see these increases go, because the capital we're doing right now is going to impact over the next 8 to 10 years, and that means there'll be less. There'll be more money required in the operating budget to pay off debt services, and therefore there's less wiggle room. And that margin of wiggle room is what has happened this year. This year we're going from 81 to 236. It's three times what we were essentially approximately. So reduction is absolutely necessary. All right, Councilman Kanigo, did that satisfy your question? Do you have a follow-up question?
No, that satisfied my question. Thank you.
All right, then. All right, so we are now to the police budget. Mr. Battaglia, if you could put the capital budget for the police department up. And the items, and then if you wish to speak to them, that would be your time. And then we would, the process we're currently using is we go item by item to see if the council wishes to leave those items in the budget, reduce or remove them. Okay, so we have, we currently have as an item, our current standing is we have, the chief is requesting $300,000 for the communication center desk. He removed the request, I believe, last week for the updated radios. I'm not sure about that. We have a request for 135. No, the only change was the fingerprint machine. That's right, because everything else is in black. So the request is 300,000 for the communication desk
No.
update.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but if you want me to correct you,
Yeah, no, if
Yeah.
I'm making a mistake, I always want you to correct me.
thank you. So the communication desk, we cut down to 150 to cover the radios.
But I don't think we voted on that, right?
Oh, okay, I understand. That was what we discussed and we were putting it there. Okay,
Okay, patrol vehicle replacement, 135,000, that's 2 vehicles. Ballistic vest, a replacement program, 3,000. Radio car computer replacement, those are the tough books, I believe they're called, and that was 6,000. Traffic signs, cones and devices, 5,000. And we had the fingerprint machine, but I thought we removed that. I thought we moved to remove that. Chief, did we remove that?
no, it's red because we had to increase it from 23,000 to 24,200.
That's what it was. That's what it was. All right, so Chief, if you'd like to speak to your budget as a whole, and then we're gonna go item by item.
Sure, so we did have a discussion about moving the communication center update down to 150 to cover the most important part, which would be the communications, the radios, the 2 main radios at the desk. That would be the 150. We did discuss, and I believe we agreed on the vehicle replacement to be cut down to 1. However, I just want to point out that, we did lose another car this week. And old cars, I talk about the old ones going down the traffic. So we're down another old car. And I think it's also important, I was glad to have Councilman Molinari and Councilman Kaufman in yesterday to discuss these things in particular. But what I did point out to them is this year, like 2023, we had an exceptional amount of traffic in town, traffic details, and it brought in quite a large amount of money. We're expecting that to probably even be higher this year, as everyone knows the PSC and G detail are going through the middle of town. When we don't have these traffic cars, we don't make money. On a conservative number, I believe the cars are bringing in last year, those traffic cars brought in $60,000 cleared each. All right, that means money going back to the borough. If we don't put those cars out, then another town's coming in and they're getting that money. So we just have to be careful, I think. And I'm not saying I'm going to push for the 2, but we're going to be down 1. So that's money we're not going to make and a car that we're not going to have. Just something to consider when we cut back on the cars and we have as much traffic as we do. There's a need for them certainly to be the line cars. That's most important, but they trickle down and become those traffic cars, and we do make money with those. Just to think about that as far as the vehicle replacement. The ballistic vest, the radio, car computer, and the traffic signs are just something that's a continuing ongoing expense. Reality of it is the traffic cones, I was talking with Sergeant Diamond, that probably should be 7,000, but I said 5, so we'll keep it at 5. With the amount of traffic details again that we have, those cones get beat up, they get lost. And they're cost items, and let alone all the signs and things we do. And the fingerprint machine is just something that if we don't get it, it won't be working by the end of the year. That's just the state thing. They come in every now and then. It's many, many years of use, but when they come in and tell you they're not going to be able to, it's not going to be compatible with their system, there's nothing we can do about it. Thank you.
Yeah, Council President Kaufman.
I'd like to make a motion to move the communication center budget to 0 and the patrol vehicle replacement to 70,000 in light of the situation we're facing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It is now open for debate amongst the council and the committee. Question, debate, inquiry. Councilwoman Malari.
Yes, I think we should put even 150,000 for the community center update. As the chief said, communication desk. It's 36 years old. Where are we gonna start doing updates? When it blows up and we have an emergency? It's like, we have to think about this. Even though it's a lot of money, I understand we're
Councilwoman
high
Malari,
budget.
I think that money is going to take to replace the two new temporary systems that the county gave the chief. Chief, isn't that where the money is going?
So the county didn't give us anything.
I thought you said at our last meeting that you have 2 units in the desk now that came from the county.
No, the only thing that we received from the county was the use of their trunk system, which doesn't cost anything. We have issues with it because it's not working 100%. This 150,000 is to make our desk radio systems up to par, up to speed, what they need to be. It's the second leg of our radio replacement. The third leg is the county replacing or creating new towers that will give us the 100% in communication, they tell us. All
But
right.
the county is currently does not currently have those towers.
They're working on those towers. They say they're going to work, but it's, listen, communications. And again, I yesterday when I met with the 2 council persons, I pointed out a specific call where I played.
Oh, hold on, Chief. It was a clarifying question I was asking. We're currently in debate. I'm going to go back to Councilwoman Malari now. She has the floor. Councilwoman Malari.
No, I didn't have a question. From the meeting yesterday with the chief and Councilwoman President Kaufman, my understanding was that the chief is looking to replace or update the desk, the communication desk. And we keep saying that communication is critical. It saves lives. He played us a call that he had. There was gargles, like you can hear clearly what the officers were asking and all that. I understand, but for me, not the 300, but to start with the 150 that the chief is asking for, he says that he can start with the renovation. I think we should think about that.
The reason I interrupted you, Councilwoman, was you had said blown up, and I wanted the chief to clarify that it's not a matter of blowing up, it's a matter of updating.
It's just a figure of speech. It's not, I'm saying like update because it's solved, but chief can talk about it.
Okay. Anything more, Councilwoman Malari? You have the floor.
No, I don't have anything else.
Council President Kaufman, and Councilman Kanigo, I don't know whose hand went up first. I'm going to go with the council president and then I'll go to Councilman Kanigo.
So my understanding is that the chief bought 2 portable radios that he's using on the desk now. And I understand that he has said repeatedly that we won't really know if the county system is working till they replace the antennas, which is not going to be probably this year. So I recommend that we wait until the antennas are in place.
Councilman Kanigo.
Yeah, I agree with what Council President Kaufman said. I think this is a much longer discussion as to where the communication update will take place, how it's going to take place. I trust our chief implicitly. He's done a great job and continues doing a fantastic job. And we're just going to ask him to just continue doing the job with what he has right now, because we are in dire straits. And again, just so everybody understands viewing this, it's not just this year. Okay, this is going to keep going and it's going to hurt. So we have to make these horrible, tough choices, but they're choices that we have to make. And as you see, we're being very careful about considering everything everybody says. But ultimately, we have to make these decisions. So I agree with our council president.
Any member of council or committee who'd like to make a comment or ask a question or enter into debate? Ms. Sanders, and then Mr. Ruhlman.
Good morning. Chief, just a question for you. If you don't update your desk, does that have any safety issues for your police officers?
Well, that's what I pointed out to the council persons that came yesterday by using an example. You know, where we had a serious call, it turned out to be a SWAT call. And the communications back from the officers were not readable. It's a recorded, documented thing. You know, the officers responded to the call, but with communications, you don't say, you do not go, well, they're working okay. And you were okay with that last call, so continue with it. When you have a problem with communications, you look to fix it because it's life. You know, it's getting to calls for the officers' safety, and it's getting to calls for the residents' safety. You know, I think you guys are looking at it in a way of, well, let's wait and see what the county does. The county is going to put up those towers at some point, and then this system will be at 100%. You know, by waiting, all you're doing is just pushing off that, you know, our end of it. You know, I'd rather be in a place where we're 100% and then actually push the council or the mayor to go to the county, the freeholders, and say, when are you guys going to fix your system? Finish it, because it's that important. Communications are the lifeline of EMS for every one of us. Fire department, ambulance, and police department. There's no doubt about it.
I agree with you. I think communications is a big part. I personally don't think that communication should be cut. It is a lifeline to the police officers. And I just wanted to make that aware.
That's true, Ms. Sanders, and thank you for that. Just the point is that until the towers are up, the communication system will not be 100%, which is, I think, the point that Councilwoman Kaufman and Councilman Kanigo. Us putting this year the money in does not necessarily solve the problem. But Mr. Ruhlman, you're up next.
When the motion was made originally, was the police vehicles also reduced?
Yes, it was.
Can I talk to that for a second?
Absolutely.
I kind of agree with what the chief said, is that by reducing the line vehicles, we're reducing the traffic vehicles. And if we're doing that, we may be losing an income stream or a potential income stream. I don't think that's necessarily a wise move. I have one question for the chief on that issue, though. Having the vehicles is one thing. Do you have the staffing, or will the officers take the overtime to cover those traffic details?
Yes, absolutely. With the officers, we can put out 5 to 6 officers a day. I've changed their ability to get the overtime, and it's worked as far as them taking the traffic overtime and still maintaining our patrol, which is obviously the most important component. If we don't, then again, they come from out of town. Just like I started allowing River Edge cars to go out of town. We brought in 80,000 with that last year, cleared 80,000. You'll see other cars in town.
Okay, so I mean, I think that maintaining the line vehicle replacement program that you have is a very wise move, and probably should be taken into consideration in this budget.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Okay, any other member of council or committee, Councilman Kanigo? Al, you need to put down your hand.
Getting there.
Just a clarification, Chief, the $80,000 a year that these patrol cars are making, how many years have we been making that money?
It's gone back for a few years now. So the 80,000 is only since I've been chief, because I allowed the cars to go out of town. Okay, that's just out of town. Going out of town, officers done and paid, 80,000 cleared last year. In town traffic for utilities last year, we cleared after officers were paid somewhere around 270,000. So you're talking around $350,000 cleared last year that were brought in. That's what those cars, that's where I get that number of dividing out the traffic cars by that number. And you're talking 60,000 on average, $60,000 a car. That's the cost of the car, really, a car. So you're bringing in 60,000 for each one of those cars, brings you to 360.
Councilman Kanigo, a follow-up question?
No, just, I mean, more of a thought, our police department is not here to make us money. So even though it's appreciated and it's helpful, when we're faced with these decisions, sometimes we got to make these tough choices, and this budget season is one of those times. So, I think we should stay with the motion as it stands.
Okay, Councilwoman Kaufman, you're next.
So I just wanted to point out, I spoke with our chief financial officer yesterday afternoon, and he said that $868,000 in revenue was earned from traffic duty last year. And the salary cost was $553,000, which leaves $315,000 in revenue. And he said it's possible that that extra 50 grand that the chief had mentioned is because of timing of bills and checks and so forth. And the other point is, the chief financial officer said he would not count on traffic consistently being a steady stream year after year. So I would still think maybe we want to cut the car budget down.
Okay, so Mr. Battaglia. Mr. Battaglia, you're not part of the council or committee, but because you're our chief finance officer, I'm recognizing you in reference to this discussion.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to, for transparency in the budget document, there's a revenue line on the budget for $95,000 for police outside duty. So regardless of what the income has been year over year, we've kept that flat because we don't want to have to worry about in a year where maybe outside duty is slower or we don't hit that $95,000 in additional income number, that you don't have a deficit revenue. So anything above and beyond that goes back into replenished surplus, right? That's how it's handled. So you'll see, I just wanted to let everybody know that you will see a line item in the budget document on the revenue side for police outside duty administrative fees, but it is only $95,000 that we anticipate every year.
Okay, thank you. Any member of council or committee who would like to make a question, make a comment, or enter into debate? Hearing none, hold on. Mr. Melito, to the issue only.
Yeah, to the cars. We've worked very hard to get a lot of the old cars out, which cut a lot of the running budget in the mechanical end down to put them on capital. At this time, like the chief said, we did have a vehicle go down and blew up. We're relying on an old Crown Victoria right now. That's a 2011, and an old Detective Bureau car right now. That's a 2008. So I believe it's crucial that we keep the cars
And
going.
Mr. Melito, do not enter into debate.
Okay, so
Do
I
not
just
do
want to
that.
say that. So
Okay.
it's cutting the budget down for the mechanical end.
Okay.
With the way we're doing things.
All right, and that's important information. We're glad you shared that. That's a good point. All right, so is there any other member of council or committee who wishes to enter into debate, discussion, or comment? So I call the question. Councilwoman Kaufman, for clarity, would you please restate the motion? You have to unmute, Michelle.
So Chief, how many cars do you have right now?
We have, I'd have to count them. We have 4 cars that work around the clock. We have a backup car. And then we're down actually, I correct myself with the traffic cars, we're down 2. So we should have about 4 traffic cars out there. Admin cars, you have my car, you have the detectives have 2 cars. We're using one of the old detective cars for traffic, and we're using the old chief's car for traffic. Jason, actually, if you know the exact number, I think we're somewhere around 12 cars.
Yeah, total was 13 cars. That's
Thank you.
including everything.
So we currently have a fleet of 13.
But we
Councilwoman-
lost, again, we lost the Durango and we lost car 7 within the last, no, not too long period of time.
Councilman Kaufman, does that answer your question? Do you wish to ask a follow-up?
Just a follow-up to our CFO and Lisette. Could we move some of the money out of the trust account to pay for part of the communication center? That the traffic revenue trust account that you spoke about.
The short answer on that is yes, it would be like indirectly done. In other words, we could include it in this ordinance, but we can fund the ordinance or partial ordinance with the money from the trust account. So you just wouldn't be authorizing debt on it. So the short answer is yes. However, keep in mind that anything that you use from the trust account towards purchases is effectively utilizing fund balance for those purchases, because that's just money that you're not going to replenish. Now, obviously, in as to the chief's point, in 22 and potentially in 2023, those numbers might be higher than they have been historically. So you would be regenerating surplus, maybe more than you even had originally anticipated. And in that case, this scenario would actually be the ideal scenario, using your surplus or additional surplus in a revenue account for one-time purchase is okay. When you utilize it for something that would be recurring, and it's obviously not a recurring revenue, that's when you end up having a problem. So I wouldn't be opposed to utilizing some of that income, some of the administrative fees for that. However, keep in mind that we are anticipating $95,000 already in the budget. So using the actual numbers that we have on our balance sheet, we had about $230,000 in that trust account on January 1st. We are anticipating 95,000 of it. So that leaves us $135,000 that would otherwise lapse to surplus, in addition to whatever we earn in 2023 above and beyond the cost to pay the officers.
Okay, so I move that we.
Hold on, Councilwoman Kaufman. Councilwoman Kinsella has raised her hand, so if you're going to ask a follow-up question, that would be good. If not, I'm going to recognize Councilwoman Kinsella. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question, Chief. So you have nothing for 2024 for vehicle replacement. Can you would it still be in conjunction with your vehicle replacement program to have one vehicle this year and one vehicle next year?
So the reason why I went with no vehicles next year was because we're also trying to make vehicles aware for the Class 3 officers, which are school security. So I knew if I could push for an extra car this year, that would help us create those cars. However, now we're, as blown up, I guess is a word we're using today in a couple areas. We just lost another car last week. So now it's not so much that I'm looking for these cars to say, hey, you're going to give me potentially an extra one or one to help create those Class 3s. Now it's a matter of we need the cars. So, if I could put it to next year, but it's when is it needed? We could use the car. Obviously, when you lose them like we just did, we're looking to replace them. And just a reminder, as you guys know, the PSE&G detail this year that's going through the middle of town, we expect to surpass the amount of money that we made this year from this job. It's going to be a very, very big detail.
Councilwoman Kinsella, do you have a follow-up question?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Battaglia.
I was just pulling up the reports from the original communication center update from 2021, and we do have a balance in that account of about $23,000 that can still be used for the communication upgrades. So now I don't know if that was already taken into consideration as part of this project, but I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Okay, we're back to Councilwoman Kaufman. Does she wish to restate the motion or to amend the motion?
I'd like to amend so that we have 150,000 for the communication center and 70,000 for the patrol car.
And are you amending with a accounting action of surplus?
Can we figure that piece out later?
I don't know. Mr. Bagtaglia, do we need to figure out that piece now?
No, we don't. We would just need to do that before we are ready to introduce a bond ordinance. But it doesn't have to be today, no.
So I'd like for you to amend your motion with an understanding that we will be looking to figure out how to use surplus in this regard at that time.
I think from speaking with Lisette yesterday, maybe we could use 50,000 out of that trust account. Is that good, Lisette?
Yes, it would be good to apply that. That way you're not depleting the surplus, but you're also making use to mitigate the cost and the potential tax impact.
So Councilwoman Kaufman, you've amended the motion to and just restate it again.
I move to fund the communication center for the radio portion of $150,000, one patrol car for $70,000, and use 50,000 of the trust account for traffic revenue to fund the communication center.
We have a motion. I need a second before I can go to a question, and then we would debate the amendment.
Second.
It's been seconded. Now we are open for discussion and debate. Councilman Kanigo.
Just a clarification, I thought earlier when we were talking about the revenue that the cars were bringing, the chief said that the car could be replaced for 60,000, not 70,000. Is that correct, chief?
No, I was just pointing out that the traffic cars last year generated on average a conservative number of 60,000 each. That's what they generated. The car itself cost about 65 to 70,000 to replace with the equipment. And you know, and as I tell you guys, it's amazing to me, but everything costs so much money with these cars when you equip them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the council understands what they're voting on. You're voting on approving the amendment. Once we get a vote for approve the amendment, then we would go to approve the motion as amended. So this is simply amending the motion. All in favor of amending the motion, please say aye.
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 All right. Now the amended motion is now the.
Hold on. You gotta go. Any abstain or opposed?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for correcting me. Is there any who abstain or oppose?
Hey.
Okay, so one one opposed to the amendment. The amendment is now the main motion. The main motion is so Councilwoman Kaufman, please state the new main motion.
I move to fund the communication center $150,000 for the radios and 70,000 for patrol vehicle replacement, as well as move 50,000 from the trust account for revenue from traffic duty towards the communication center.
Okay, so that is what's before. Is there further debate? Hearing none, I call the question.
I think you need a second. I think you need a second.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm moving too quickly. I'm sorry, realizing our time.
That's okay. I'll second it. I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed, any abstentions? All right, so we are done with the police, and I'm sorry for the mistakes I made. I appreciate the council keeping me moving forward correctly. Mr. Bagtaglia, you have the floor.
Sorry, just a procedural question, because I've been doing this with the other accounts. So for communication center update, for example, we reduced it to 150. Do you want me to put 150 as a placeholder in the 2024 column, or do you want me to just reduce it entirely? Same with police vehicles. Do you want me to, add the 65 into the following year, or do you want me to reduce it entirely?
I would like, I'm sorry.
I would say don't put the 150 because I believe the chief has said that the desk is not absolutely necessary. The computer equipment is what's absolutely necessary. And I'm not sure about the car situation.
Chief, if you'd like to chime in, this would be,
Yes.
this would be appropriate for.
I would, thank you, Mayor. I would like to put the numbers there and, you know, listen, if we don't put them there, I'm gonna put them there when I give my 5-year request next year and we'll go through this, you know, process again, which I respect. I would have to do that, but, you know, we're almost there. We're almost there with the desk completely. So I would like to put the 150 in because that would be the final leg of the desk, if you would.
So, since this is a request for a following year, this is not, this would then fall into this would be the chief's right to make the request, so it would not be a council decision. It would be a chief decision, and then council would review that decision in next year's budget. So I'm going to rule that the chief takes precedent in this and will and have that done so.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Is there any other business, any other question? Councilwoman Kinsella?
I mean, I don't know if this is an appropriate question at this time, but just as Council President Kaufman had funds moved from one account to help fund the communications desk for this year, can we then do that for next year for whatever additional revenue?
Well, I'm going to let Mr. Bagtaglia answer that question, but I would think that that would be a decision for next year.
Thank you.
Mayor, I agree. I think that we would defer that question to next year. We'll see what the balances look like. You know, if what the chief says comes to fruition, where the work is, you know, substantially greater than what we'd anticipate in previous years, then I don't see any reason why we wouldn't do the same thing.
Yeah, and just for the public's sake and for Councilwoman Kinsella, if I understand state law correctly, we are making a decision as the current constituted council. Next year's council gets to decide their decision, and therefore we cannot encumber a future council. And so that's why I also believe that would not be appropriate at this time.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. All right, Chief, thank you for your time and energy. We will now move on to our next item, which will be the Department of Public Works.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
You're welcome, Chief. Chris, if you could put it up, and then what I'll do is I'll just read it into the record, which is quite a lot. And if you can scroll as I read. Currently, we are considering a 2023 Mack triaxle roll-off 30-yard container plow and salter for $380,000. A 2023 Z-Master mower for $16,000. A ride-on mower for $11,000. Can you scroll down? Okay, good. Now we would be considering 2020. I think this would fall under DPW 2022 open space project Brookside Park for $445,000. Roosevelt Field $66,825. KGB Field $200,000. ADA ramp sidewalk replacement program $275,000. Curbs and sidewalks $220,550. NJ Dock Grant $25,000. 2022 Dock Grant Bogard Road Section 7 $348,240. CDBG Oxford Terrace Rutgers Place sidewalk replacement $270,000. Mr. Superintendent Melito, did I cover everything that would be part of our discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Sewer repairs, emergency, $165,000, sewer improvements, $270,000. Did I cover all of the topics that you would be addressing, Mr. Melito?
Yes, Mayor. I do not, except for the KBG fields, Roosevelt Field, that would be recreation.
Okay, so we'll leave those out. Ms. Apatola, before I recognize Mr. Melito for opening comments.
Yes, just to reiterate what Mr. Melito had said, the Roosevelt Field, KBG Field, and the Brookside Playground, that all falls under recreation. I just want to state for the record, the Brookside Playground, we did receive a grant that will partially fund it. The other funding would come out of open space and then the balance out of capital. The Brookside Playground, we did submit a grant last spring before we received the JIF report. And this is part of the JIF report. And what we will be doing after this, I had notified the JIF already that we had this pending grant, is follow the priority order of the items that they had identified for future projects. And that's what you see overall, 24, 25, 26, and 27.
All right. So Mr. Melito, excluding those three items, you'd like to, generally address what we talked about last week and any thoughts you have given for this week.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Obviously, it is a tough budget season, but looking at everything that's going on in the Borough River Edge, especially with PSE&G and all the utility work, a lot had to be pushed forward. So I just want people to know that. This week, I have looked at the budget with Ms. Apatella, and there are some cuts we can do, so I will start. The 2023 triaxle roll-off, that's actually garbage truck, sorry. That's replacing a 2007 version that is starting to show a lot of rust, wear, tear. These are crucial pieces of equipment. Obviously, we use them for leaves, snow plowing, and recycling. The outlook for this vehicle is anywhere from 24 to 36 months. So just to order it in June, I probably won't see it into the end of 25, the earliest. The Z-Master mower is replacing a 2007 lawnmower, starting to leak oil out the back. The replacement parts are just ridiculously expensive. To keep this mower going, it's cheaper just to get a new one at this point, and start the replacement of the three mowers. It is the older of three. The newest one is a 2013. The Ride-On leaf blower, that is replacing a 1997 leaf blower that threw a rod this past in the engine that threw a rod this past fall. And it's used for the parks, so we can get in and get out of there, and it's for the time efficiency.
So, Mr. Leo, Superintendent, I'm going to pause you there. I'm going to ask the council, because the DPW budget is capital request is much more complicated than anyone else. I recommend that we do it by topic, and so this would be Public Works topic. Is the council willing to talk about these three items and then move on to the next section? Is the council willing to do that? Without objection, is there objection? Hearing none, we're going to do that. Mr. Melito, do you want to say anything more about these three items before the council discusses?
I did, just so everybody knows, I have moved a lot of items out to next year and following years. Again, this is all based on the outlook. I did have garbage trucks moved down a little bit. I had to bring them forward because of the 24 to 36 months. That's all.
I don't normally like to enter into debate, but I would think that these items need to be replaced, not a want, but I leave it to the council. Is there a motion from the council to amend or to eliminate any of these three items? Is there any comment from the committee? Then I'm going to rule that these items shall remain, and we will.
Al has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Al, I missed you. Go.
Just quick, I'm not sure if this falls, can be done or not. Can that garbage truck be kind of parceled out over the 2 years that it's going to take to get it? So can we put, can we put money in now for the down payment?
So, Mr. Roman, that would be a question for our CFO, and he has actually already raised his hand. That's why I'm kind of cutting you off, because I think he's ready to answer that. Mr. Bagtaglia.
I wish I would have raised my hand 2 minutes earlier. I was anticipating that question. So in order to be able to order the vehicle, we do need the full appropriation. That means that we do need to authorize the full amount. However, I will not be borrowing the money until we need to pay it, right? So we would have an open debt authorization for the $380,000. And we would not authorize the debt. We would actually not issue the debt until 18 to 24 months down the road when we actually need to make a payment for the vehicle. So we won't be paying interest on the or cost of issuance on that particular item. That said, there may be, and we would have to discuss this with Jason and the provider, depending on what the specs are, we might be required to put a deposit while they're building the vehicle, in which case we would have to issue a small portion of the debt, but that, we would have to discuss later on. We just wouldn't be able to authorize the actual purchase unless I was able to certify that the funds are available when they're needed, which requires the full appropriation.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Ullman. Any further follow-up, Mr. Ullman?
No,
All right, great. All right, so I'm ruling that these items, due to, I said without objection, since there was no objection, we're going to move on, okay?
All right.
Okay, go ahead, Jason.
The roads and sidewalks program, this has really been changed from last year due to PSE&G. I did pull the roads out. At one point, I did have 500,000 in roads, but there's no sense to do roads until we see where they're going or how they're going and how long they would be. If you see the ADA ramps and sidewalk replacement, that's just for the ADA ramps alone. That is in the area to do all the ramps in the area from Howland to Manning, with the exception of the Grant Streets. And when I say Grant Street, that's what we get DOT funding for. So Fifth Ave would be considered a Grant Street, so would Bogert. Those streets would obviously not be done with the ADA ramps. I believe this is getting ahead of PSE&G, so when they do start paving and we can pave, we're ahead of the curve here, and we could just go and see where, work with them, work across the town with them, and we don't have to wait for concrete work. The second thing is curbs and sidewalks. Talking with Lizette, there is areas that I could cut here. I could bring that down to 170,000. That would be cutting out the Oak Ave ditch, going from Concord up. That is not in the work zone of PSE&G. So that would still give us the money to do Elm Ave. And it's not only the sidewalks in this would also be updating it with fence along the ditch to meet the criteria and fixing up the ditch a little bit more in that area.
Keep going on this category and then we'll go back.
Next thing is DOT primary expenses. You want to talk on that a little bit, Lizette?
I can jump in on this also. The preliminary expenses are just to be able to pay for the engineering associated with the future grant, the applications. You're usually doing that 6 to 8 months in advance. So before we get our 2024 awards, we obviously have to make applications. They have to do some site work and figure out what needs to be done. So every year we've had this line item in the capital budget.
Correct, and it's more than just drafting a grant, it's preparing designs that have to be reviewed and approved before we're authorized to go out to bid. There's a lot of back and forth with the DOT, and that's why that's the number. It's more than just preparing a grant application and sending it to the state.
DOT section 7, that's the fund section 7 for the reimbursement. Later on, we'd get back, and it's also for the soft costs, I believe, is in that same line. Correct, Lizette?
Yes, the DOT reimburses solely the construction, so we have to foot the bill for the engineering as well as the police traffic detail.
And that's the same as the CDBG on Oxford sidewalk replacement. That is a federal grant. That is sort of set up the same way.
Correct.
KBG Swim Club parking lot, that's to redo all the parking lot and to start phase 1 of the sidewalks down here to make it a little safer. And pretty much fixing up some of the ADA ramps over by, pretty much just updating the whole swim club lot.
Okay, so would the council or the committee wish to ask general questions before I'll ask if the council wishes to leave the budget as is, amend certain parts of the budget, or eliminate certain parts of the budget? Councilwoman Monticello Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason, just so all these include the soft cost, even though they are grants? Is that what we're saying?
The only grants that are up there right now is obviously the New Jersey DOT,
7.
25,000. The CDBG for Section 7, that's a grant. That will only cover the cost of the replacement.
Construction.
It doesn't cover soft costs. That grant, neither does the CDBG. We have to pay for the grant and the officers. So that's also an expense.
So that figures that we're seeing here does not reflect the soft cost. My question is where will that come from then?
No, that is in this total. This is the
Okay,
all-in
okay,
number for the
okay.
projects.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All the projects have the soft costs, all the projects that we're doing in-house, not that's DOT granted or any kind of federally granted program, has the soft costs and COPS already added into it.
Okay,
Everything
thank you.
see here is the final number. I didn't see, there's also the Voorhees drainage. Should we take that out, Chris? Not
No,
the Fenway.
That was funded last year. That's the Voorhees drainage.
No,
Okay.
the Fenway and Lee.
I think that,
I have a separate section for sewers that's down at the bottom.
yeah.
Okay, because that's actually storm drains. I don't know if you want to add that.
Let's deal with this just because we're doing this remotely, Jason, unless you feel that this would in some way misrepresent what we're doing. But if we could, because we're remote, we could deal with this section and then move to the next one, unless you feel that that would in some way misrepresent.
I just want to say that's also in the area of PSE&G. That's all.
Okay, and we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Any further question, comment, or debate? General question, comment, or debate before we see if there's a motion. Councilman Kanigo.
My question is, and I know I was just reminded that this KBG Swim Club parking lot we're doing because the JIF requires us to do it. Do we have to do it this year?
No.
Yes, we do. It's been required for a couple of years, and Jason and his crew have done their very best to patch it, but it's beyond patchability. That if there could be a temporary repair, it would only be enough to cover this current season. The actual construction would have to happen after Labor Day, once the swim club season for this year has completed.
And Councilman, sorry if I chimed in. This has been requested now for 4 years because we were trying to do the fields. We were seeing how we can possibly do that. And now that, this parking lot has gotten worse throughout those 4 years. So we've been, I'm getting a hot box, and that's a paving box in here just to temporarily skim some areas. That's how bad it's gotten. I can't even fill the potholes at this time. So it's definitely needs to be replaced. It's overdue, well overdue.
Councilman, a follow-up question? No? Any other member to ask a general question? All right, so we can do this one of two ways. I see Councilwoman Kaufman's hand. You can deal with the budget as a whole or in piecemeal. President Kaufman and Finance Chair Kaufman, you're recognized.
Superintendent Melito, is something getting cut out of curbs and sidewalks or not?
Yes, I'm going to be cutting, you can cut that down to 170 from the two where it was. Again, that will be taking out the oak ditch that is not in the work zone at this time. We could worry about that another year when we're doing the paving on that section, because PSE&G will be in town for the next 4 years. So
if I may procedurally, all in favor of reducing curbs and sidewalks from $220,550 to $170,000, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, so that's not approving it, that's simply making a change in the counting list. All right, back to Council President Kaufman.
So I move these items as they're currently stated.
And that would include the curbs and sidewalks at 170,000, correct?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we are now moved and seconded. We are now open for debate or discussion or inquiry based on the current list that we see before us. Is there debate? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed or abstentions? Hearing none, we're done with this item of the DPW's capital budget. Can we move on to the next? Okay, Mr. Superintendent Melito.
Okay, the emergency repair program, that's for the Borough Hall and all the buildings. We use this line to replace anything that's over what's budgeted. So we used to use that line for leaking roofs if we have to replace them, anything that's not in the running budget, or not projected to be in the running budget. We can actually reduce this line this year with the Borough Hall. This could probably be reduced to 25,000, so we could take that down to 50. This is running light. I just want everybody to know, because if we do get hurricanes and stuff, that's where this comes out of to get us back up as we're waiting for the insurance money. So talking to Ms. Zapatella, there is a balance from last year, a little left over. So I feel comfortable getting through and bringing this down for this year to 25.
I'm gonna ask the council about that after you finish with the other items.
Okay. The other one is DPW salt shed, Borough Hall. Last year, obviously, we started funding the Borough Hall. We also, the council also realized that the DPW salt shed needs to be replaced. So last year we funded the Borough Hall halfway. This will fund it the rest of the way to make up what the architect pretty much said it could be, what he projects the cost could be. Anything left over would obviously stay in and go back to salt shed to start that planning.
And even though it's another category, it is up. So let's deal with sewer emergency repairs.
Okay, sewer emergency repairs. This is, okay. The emergency repairs line, Chris, can drop down to 125. And actually you could drop it down to 100. Usually we were doing 125.
Actually, Jason, before you continue, this 165 is the 125 construction, 20,000 for the engineering and 20,000 for police. That's what makes up the 165.
All right, I feel comfortable dropping it just to 100 grand. We do have open accounts there that we could use to offset the extra cost for this year. Again, Lizette's right. I would like to bring this back up next year and not really change it except for this year to try to cut the costs in that line. The sewer improvements, this is actually stormwater improvements. This is for adding catch basins in an area we have two. That's Fenway and Lee. This is also in the PSE&G area. We've had numerous flooding events on the street that ice over, especially in the winter, when you get to the intersections of Fenway and Lee on both sides. And this would just add more storm drains and tagging to the lines that we have there already.
Okay, so to summarize, you're suggesting that we could reduce the emergency repair program from 75,000 to 50,000, which would be reduction in 25,000.
No,
that we leave
to 25 to 25. So it'd be a
so reduce it 50,000.
Yeah.
Okay, reduce it 50,000 and 25. You're suggesting that we should leave the DPW salt shed the way it is. You're suggesting that we could reduce the sewer emergency repairs to 65,000, which would be a reduction of 100,000.
No, to 100, Mayor, to 100.
I'm getting it wrong. I apologize. So reduce it 65,000 to 100,000. And you're suggesting that we leave the sewer improvement Fenway storm drain line replacement as is. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes.
All right, so to the committee and to the council, I will open it for discussion of, should we accept these reductions, a general discussion or question or debate? Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thanks, Mayor. Just for clarity, Jason, although it has DPW salt shed and Mechanics Bay and Borough Hall, the $2 million is only for Borough Hall, correct?
Yes, it's to finish up Borough Hall, and whatever's left, we would start saving for the salt shed Mechanics Bay.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Any other member of committee or council who would like to chime in? All right, hearing none, I'm going to ask for an approval to reduce the emergency repair program request to 25K and the sewer emergency repair request to 100K. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay,
Aye.
so now we are discussing these four items as currently represented. Council or committee? Councilwoman Kaufman.
Just wanted to say thank you, Superintendent Melito, for really going above and beyond to cut everything you possibly can. And I think we should move forward with 25,000 for emergency repair, 2 million for Borough Hall, 100,000 for sewer emergencies, and 270,000 for sewer improvements.
Is that by way of a motion or suggestion?
A motion.
It has
Second.
been moved and we have a second. We are now open to debate, discussion, or inquiry about the motion. Is there debate, discussion, or inquiry? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed or any abstaining? Hearing none, we're done with this. Chief, I'm sorry, not Chief. Superintendent, is there anything else that we need to discuss in regard to your capital?
No, that's it. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that was involved in this. Obviously, Mayor and Council, Lizette, Chris, and I'll continue to try to work and cut everywhere where we can throughout the year to try to make it a little easier on us going into next year and of course this year.
We really appreciate that. Could we now go, we see former Chief Coordinator, OEM Coordinator Sanders is present. Can we now return to OEM budget, portable radios? If I remember right, the way we left it, we were, former Chief Sanders was recommending that we maintain the 12,000. So it's now up to the committee and the council to decide if they wish to leave it, amend it, or remove it. Council President Kaufman.
Chief Walker, yesterday you said you thought you could use some of your radios for this project. Is that still the case?
So listening to OEM Sanders speak, as far as he broke it up into two-way radios that he would use for events here in town, and then the other radios to communicate with the county. As far as the two-way radios, Bill, I'm able to offer what are our old radios. We would just have to reprogram them. And I think they would work unless you see, that for some reason they wouldn't, and maybe even Chief Caridi could chime in because I know he's kind of a radio guru. But we have plenty of those radios to create the two-way radios. The other radios, your county radios, is a different story.
Well, I believe those are the 1250s, Mike. I'm sorry, Chief.
Hold on. Yes.
Okay, those would be, even though we would be looking into going digital eventually, that would be a Band-Aid. Right now, we can put off the 12,000 right now, looking further into the radios. I mean, I'm in the midst of applying for 2 grants and not knowing how much I can get from them. If I can get those grants to be used for the radios, that'd be an earmarked for those, that would work also. If the council and the committee finds that good.
Is there any objection to the plan as proposed by Council President Kaufman, Chief Walker, and former Chief Sanders? All right, then what we need a motion is to move the 12,000 from this year to next year. We'll use it as a placeholder. Chief Sanders, I assume, well, let me rephrase that. The 2024 is your decision, Chief. So I understand if I understand what you're saying we could zero out the 12,000 for this year. Do you wish to put it tentatively in your 2024 request?
Yes.
Okay.
We can move that over. I can get the radios from Chief Walker, have them reprogrammed to what we can use them for. And hopefully if I can get those 2 grants, they can be earmarked for the new radios. And this way we won't have to worry about it in the future.
All right, since this is a request coming from the chief, I don't need a motion in second. Is the council, will the council approve moving the 12,000 from 2023 to 2024? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed or any abstention? Okay, Chief, then we've zeroed out the solar signboard and the Chevy Chase. You've moved the portable radios. We thank you for your support and your understanding in this year and considering how bad it is. We really, really appreciate it. We have, hold on, we have 2 questions, then we have the administration budget to review, and I think that will be it. I'm going to go to our CFO first, Mr. Battaglia.
Just wanted to let the chief know that we do still have the $12,000 for OEM portable radios from last year's budget available, last year's capital available. So that might get you some of the way of what you need. I know it was a multi-year request, but there is 12,000 still available.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'm going to just keep that encumbered for now and find out what happens hopefully next November, December, when we go into the budget season.
Not a problem.
Now we'll recognize Mr. Ruhlman.
Just an observation, if the chief is, if Mr. Sanders is going to reprogram those radios, does he have enough funds in his operating budget to do that, or is there other ways of reprogramming them?
I don't know who to direct this question to. I assume it would go to Ms. Appertella.
We would have to see what the costs are involved in that, and if the operating budget cannot absorb it, then the 12,000 that was authorized last year can handle that because it falls under the same category.
Okay, thank you.
I may know somebody who may be able to program it. The 1250 is cheaper than a digital radio. But the digital radio is going to be done by the county. The regular radios I can get done probably by a third party.
All right, any comment or concern before we finish up the capital budget? All right, Lizette, I think we've covered, I'm sorry, Business Administrator Appertella, I think we've covered everything except administration. Is that correct?
Correct. The only item under administration is $7,500 for computers and IT equipment. Our IT consultant had recommended that we should maintain an overall balance of $12,000. And we currently have a little over $5,000 from last year. So this is just to make that whole. And if my anticipation is not to put anything for 24 or 26 funded every other year, but it all depends, just maintaining that $12,000 recommended balance.
So I'll put it before the committee and the council. Is there an interest in discussing, eliminating, or reducing this item? Hearing none, I'll rule that this remains in as is. We are now done with the capital budget. Congratulations to everyone for their really strong effort to reduce this to its bare minimum. I really appreciate it. We have the operating budget next. Do we need a break before we move into that? Yeah, I see some head shaking. All right, great. So let's take a short break. Let's return at 10:25. Is that acceptable? All right. So we are temporarily adjourned for until 10:25. Let's resume. Mr. Bagtaglia, Councilwoman Kaufman has asked for a summary of where we're at.
Sure. So we started at 6,129,142 in total. We reduced that by 827,150. So we're currently at 5,301,992 in total projects. Those will be reduced by 550,987 in grants, $150,000 in open space funding, $50,000 from the Police Outside Duty Trust, and that'll leave us with a $215,800 requirement in our capital improvement fund. $150,000 of that will be raised in the budget. The balance will be used from our capital improvement fund reserve. And that will leave us authorizing a total of $4,335,205 in debt. Now, I might have to round up some of these numbers for financing and legal expenses. That'll be in the ballpark of 10,000-15,000, and it'll get us to a round number of authorized debt.
Councilwoman Kaufman, do you have a follow-up?
I do not. Thank you, Chris.
All right. All right, so now we enter into the operating budget, and Ms. Apertola and Councilwoman Kaufman, how do you wish to proceed?
We could just go through what's in the book in order, and we could just let Chris know what account number we're starting with, and he could pull up the admin's spreadsheet that we all have.
All right. So let us start therefore with the book. We'd start with hold on here. Would we start? We wouldn't start with would we start with appropriations, Ms. Apertola?
No, we would just go into the individual line items and
That's
start
fine.
with account 100, which is administration.
All right, everybody. So in your book, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th tab. And what I'm going to do, unless there's a suggestion for a better process, is I'm just going to start with by account number, and if there is no suggestion from council or committee, we will just keep going. General administration, line item 100. Is there any suggestion or any item we want to take a closer look at? Council President Kaufman.
Ms. Apertola, do you think we can cut anything out of professional services?
No, because this also includes what part of the reason for the increase is for the offsite storage of records that were previously in the attic. And even though you see 32,875 spent last year, we do have some outstanding invoices covering November and December that will be processed shortly. We just needed updated documents from the vendor since they merged with another company. So we are fully utilizing that line. And more records were sent over at the end of the year once we had to vacate Borough Hall.
Okay, the next line item I saw was 30120155028 professional services and costs. It was 10,000 for last year, and you requested 12 for this year. Is that
Under which account?
Okay. 155028. The next.
Oh, we're going to legal. Okay.
It might be just good as we just do it by tab. So any item within a tab is acceptable. So just for the public and for the rest of the committee, we're dealing with 100, 155, 165, 175, and 302 in this tab. They are general administration, legal services, engineering, historical sites, and shade tree. Continue.
Okay, under legal, I don't recommend making any reductions, but just reappropriating some funds from, because professional services and costs are labor council services for the fire department. And then labor relations attorney, I would recommend keeping the requested amount the same as the 2022 amount, and the difference is being added to borough attorney other, since we will have to solicit for a borough attorney for next year, since our current borough attorney will be now a Superior Court judge.
For the public's benefit, Councilwoman Kaufman is the chair of the Finance Committee, and so the Finance Committee has worked very hard over the last week to look for items, and that's so she and the committee have come up with items that they wanted to discuss. Councilwoman Kaufman, if you'd like to continue. Do you wish
Yeah,
to
so I'm
make
just
a
wondering-
recommendation to reduce or not?
I'm just wondering on this item 028, Ms. Sapertola, do you think we can reduce that?
We could
Professional
reduce it to 10,000, but move that extra 2,000 to 155, 171.
Okay, okay,
Is that a motion?
yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say, is there debate? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? All right, let's continue.
Ms. Sapertola, you also had a $1,000 increase for the PD labor attorney and the DPW labor attorney. Should we move that 2,000 also to the borough attorney line?
Yes, as well as the 1,000 under labor relations attorney.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second, second.
Is there debate, discussion, or inquiry? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Let's continue. Oh, is there any opposed or abstain? Councilwoman Kinsella, no? Okay. Mr. Battaglia,
Sorry, I'm just making the changes as we go. That motion was to move 1,000 from labor relations to borough attorney other. Is that correct?
Yes. Borough attorney other, the total will go up by 7,000.
I've moved 2,000 from labor council, from professional services, and 1,000 from labor attorney. Where's the other 4,000 coming from?
PD labor attorney. Oh, no. My bad, I miscalculated. 1,000 from PD labor attorney and 1,000 from DPW labor attorney. So the total moved over is 5,000.
Perfect, thank you. So that'll be 40,000 now for borough attorney other.
Yes.
I'm all caught up. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. The next item, grant consultants, and that's item 301-20-165-172.
just give us the last six, Michelle, since we're all in one section.
165-172.
Okay.
Yes, that's under engineering. I just added that if council wanted to solicit for a grant writer this year. There are a lot of grant programs out there that are announced that unfortunately we aren't eligible for based on the being in Bergen County and the median income. But there are a lot of unknown grants that are out there that require truly a grant professional. But this is something new. It's not needed, it's just recommended. It could be held off for either next year or the following year if the governing body so chooses.
Michelle, hold for a second. I'm sorry, Council President Kaufman, hold for a second. Councilwoman Montesano Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. The one where the request is 62,000 is just says other general, is the second one from the top. What's that about?
That's general engineering services that are not part of the retainer or any project.
Can that be reduced? Do we need that much?
We'll
Um,
hold on that because we're currently on 165, 172, and then we can come back to that, okay?
Okay, sure.
Council President Kenigo.
Just Councilman.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I mean, in private conversations with many of you, I've been advocating the idea of getting a grant consultant to chase down some of this money that's available to us, but we're not getting because we just don't have the know-how as to how to work these applications and what to put in. So that's something that will eventually generate money, and hopefully sooner rather than later. And since, again, we're hurting so much, I think that's where we try to target earning income, because some of these grants can be quite substantial and can defray some of these costs that we're facing now and in the upcoming years. So I would counsel us to listen to our borough administrator and keep that number in.
Okay, back to Council President Kaufman.
I have nothing to add right now.
Okay, to anyone regarding any member of council or committee in reference to 165-172. Lisa, I think your hand is up for 165-100, unless you've changed your mind. Nope. Councilwoman Malari.
I agree with Dario. The grant, the $20,000 should be left in there because there's a lot of grants there and needs someone that specializes in these things to apply and figure out how to do it. So I think it's good money there.
So is there, Councilwoman Montesano Cohen?
Yeah, I want to go back to that 62,500 because
We're
I
not there
understand.
yet. We're gonna
Oh,
come
okay.
back.
All right. Sorry.
I haven't forgot you.
Okay.
Mr. Roman. Al, you're muted again.
I know. Okay, thank you. I think this also falls under the same category like the traffic detail. This is an opportunity for us to possibly make some money or bring some money into the borough. And I think it's maybe something we should seriously consider.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question. For this year, from what we're getting from Gottheimer's office, a lot of the grant applications have been, their time frame has been allotted for this year. So is this for the following, to apply for grants for this coming year or for possible next year?
Ms. Apatow.
This is for professional to look for any and all grants, whether they're upcoming grants or to start planning for next year. And whether they're grants funded directly by the federal government, state government, some type of association. There are a lot of associations out there that could fund for either the library or a lot of our recreation needs, whether it's a recreation program. And just find what's out there that we don't know about. A lot of the grants that Congressman Gottheimer had forwarded over, like I said, we don't qualify based on the census information and the median income of the borough. And that's also contingent upon the Appropriations Committee of Congress and Congress as a whole adopting it. So that's an outlier outside of our control. The grant consultant will look for known funding.
And they would complete the entire process.
Yes, they would do they would do the review, they would prepare the application, as opposed to some grant programs, you could pay for a subscription and they'll give you a whole list, but it is usually a nationwide list. And it just requires a lot more detail involved in drafting the document. Whatever supplemental documents, of course, we would provide, whether it's information from the engineer or our financials, but the grant consultant it's soup to nuts. It's from drafting to follow through.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Kenigo.
I was actually going to say what Lizette just said, but much less eloquently. So thank you.
Is there any other discussion about 165-172? Hearing none, is there any motion to make a change? If I hear none, I will move up back to 165-100 and call on Councilwoman Montesano. Hearing none, I will now go back to other general group 165-100, Councilwoman Montesano.
Thank you, Mayor. I understood what Lisette, what you said, but can we reduce that by a somewhat?
In looking at the history, we've spent greater than that amount in 19 and 20. We didn't spend as much as 21. That amount fluctuates. For example, the engineer's involvement in working with the Board of Ed on Roosevelt Field, that's not tied into any projects. And that wasn't part of the retainer. So that is like an example of a recent charge that falls under that amount. If you reduce it and we go over, then towards the end of the year, our CFO will need to look at where to transfer funds to cover the charges. I think the most that could be reduced is keeping it at a flat 60,000. But I wouldn't reduce it any further. Like I said, for the purposes of based on history, looking at over year, and the need to have funding for the reserve year that eventually becomes surplus. Whatever we don't spend this year goes into reserve next year, and then into our surplus for 2025. So we have to look forward, we have to balance that out with the tax impact.
Okay, so 60,000 will keep us afloat.
Yes.
Okay,
Do you wish to make a motion?
I make a motion.
Can we comment? Can we still talk about it first?
Yeah, we make a motion in second. We're still open for debate, discussion, and it can be amended. Do you wish to withdraw your motion and allow Councilman Kanigo to enter into a general discussion?
You don't have to withdraw it. I mean, if somebody wants to second, we could just discuss it then.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. It is now on the table. I mean, up for debate.
I would not reduce this number every year, pretty much. In 2021, we know that it's probably the result of the pandemic. There just wasn't as much stuff going on. Every year we end up using these numbers, and I think we should leave it at 62.5, and I bet you we go over 62.5, especially with all the work that is coming up, all these issues. We always use these engineering services. Even the 62.5 for me looks a little low. Otherwise, we're just going to be dealing with it later in the year.
Okay. So it is on the floor for motion debate. We can, of course, vote it down. We can have it withdrawn, or we can vote it up. Is there room? But right now we're open for debate, discussion, or comment. Is there debate, discussion, or comment? Hearing none, we will now vote. So you're voting. If you vote yes, you're voting to reduce from 62,500 to 60,000. If you vote no, you're opposing it. If you abstain, you are remaining neutral, but an abstention can lead to a failure to approve, and that is sometimes a strategy that individuals may use. So I'm going to, since we have had debate on this, I'm going to ask the clerk to do a quick roll call.
Councilman Kanigo,
Yeah, with respect to Councilwoman Montesano Cohen, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Council President Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Montesano Cohen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Kinsella,
No.
Councilwoman Malalari,
Yes.
Councilman Benson.
Yes.
It is approved by majority vote. Is there another item line we would like to discuss in this tab? Okay. I have several hands up. I apologize for missing it. Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I was just going to 302-042, the training. Does that incorporate what Superintendent Lito was talking about with regards to his individuals going to training?
No, DPW has their own training line.
Okay, and so what is this?
This is for the Shade Tree Commission members to go for training. That way, Ms. Stewart maintains her licensed tree expert certification, and when Ms. Doherty applies for any grants, I believe one of the questions is, you know, the activities of the commission and if commission members had received any training.
So she stated before, it's because a lot of people were not able to do training. Is that why the number was so low in 2022?
Yes, but that it pertains to their members. DPW, like I said, has their own training line for either sending, I don't want to step on Jason's toes exactly on the training, but each department has their own training line, and departments do not use the Shade Tree Commission training.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was a question. Councilman Kanigo.
I'm sorry, I've left it up. No question.
Council President Kaufman, you had your hand up before you brought it down. If not, I'd like to bring up a number. I want to go to Historic Commission, which is 175, 187. Lizette, we reduced that line, did we not, during did we move some of those funds so that line
Yes.
currently changed right?
Yes, this is just a printout of what you have in the books, but Chris is maintaining all of the changes live on the admin system.
Okay, so okay, and I just wanted to make sure that that was occurring. Councilman Montesano Cohen and then Councilman Malari.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's exactly my question on the training for the Shade Tree Commission. Didn't we agree on reducing that to 2,500?
Correct.
Okay.
You won't see that because, like I said, that's the
Yeah.
printout what you have in the book. But
I just wanted to confirm and clarify for everyone that that's what the decision was.
Yes.
We reduced it by 2,500, not to 2,500. It's the new number is now 4,750.
On the Shade Tree training?
I'm sorry. Are we? I thought we were-
Oh, historic, yeah, 4,750.
Councilwoman Malari, you lowered your hand, you're good?
Yeah. Chris answered my question. I was going to ask how much is the reduction from the historic committee? So.
Okay, and now we're back to Councilwoman Montesano Cohen.
No, I'm good. I'm sorry. Lower my hand.
All right, so then if there is no other, we're going to move to Borough Clerk. Is there any other item in this tab? All right, so now we're moving to items number 101, 110, 120, public information, mayor and council clerk. Any member of the committee or the council wish to look at any portion of this budget as it is currently presented? Council President Kaufman.
Ms. Sapertola, I might have asked you this already, but 101, 136, social media other, do you think we can cut that to 1,000?
Well, last year we spent 1,100. So I don't. And, you know, we were notified that we were exceeding our storage limit and we are reducing the storage, but we did get close to, if we would have budgeted 1,000 last year, we would have had to transfer some funds.
Okay, do you think we can reduce it to 1,100 or 1,200?
I would say 1,250.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We are open for debate, discussion from council or committee. Hearing none, I call the question to reduce social media other 101-135 to $1,250. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Hearing none, we approve that. Back to anyone who wishes to raise any item under the current tab. Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thank you, Mayor. For 101-023 printing. And it seems like it's a new request. Can you just elaborate?
Yes, Councilwoman Montesano Cohen and Council President Kaufman mentioned reviving the mailed newsletters to the residents, since not everybody is either signed up for Nixle or goes to the borough website just to provide accurate information over whether it's projects, Borough Hall, anything that's going on within the borough. And the cost for 2 newsletters, I would be preparing the content along with the departments, but the drafting, the printing, and the mailing was estimated as $12,500. Again, this is a new item for the governing body as a whole to consider. And this, we do include an insert in our tax mailings, but a full-blown newsletter of 4, 5, 6 pages, if it doesn't come from this line, we would have to pay Edmunds to do that, and it would be the same amount, if not greater.
Follow-up question?
Not at this time.
Councilman Kanigo, and then Councilwoman Montesano Cohen.
So we have to spend this 12.5, or we'll be spending more definitively, or it's just a question of we need to decide whether we're going to send out these letters?
It's just to decide whether to reinstate this program. If we do it on our end under printing, it's 12.5. I'm not even sure if Edmunds would accommodate anything greater than 1 page. And if so, it would probably be more because of the extra work they have to take on to create it and add it.
Look, just a comment then, Mr. Mayor, to the council and the budget committee. I think it's a good idea. I don't think that we should be spending this money this year. And if it was a question that there's no other avenue to communicate this information, then it's our duty. But we have other avenues, and I think it's every resident's responsibility to get that information, which is publicly available to them if they need it. The website is a terrific website that has everything that the public could need, and we have all our meetings on YouTube and televised. So I think this line item should be taken out, and I would move to so do.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. It is now open for debate. I recognize Councilwoman Montesano Cohen.
Thank you. I was going to propose that this was removed. I want to give a bit more background. The intention for this is, I know that we have information available on the website. I spoke to many constituents during the last campaign season, and they raised a good point. Some of them are not computer savvy. Some of them do not have kids in school, which sometimes we get information about what was happening in town. So that was the driver here. I do agree that this is not probably the time to do so. So I was going to put the motion to withdraw this from this budget season. I would like to see it done sometime in the future, but I think that this can be removed.
All right. Councilwoman Kaufman.
I just wanted to note, we do have a little bit of leeway in the tax mailers, and hopefully we can just highlight something there and maybe put in a QR code so people can access more info more easily than they have in the past.
All right. Is there any other debate, question, or inquiry? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor of cutting item 101-023 printing from the budget, $12,500, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstention? Next item. Council President Kaufman, your hand was still up. but I'm going to go to Councilwoman Mallory. Go ahead, Councilwoman Mallory.
What's the next item? 101-028. You went up, last year we paid 2,500, almost 2,500 less, but now we're requesting more.
That's for, that includes our IT services, and with the requirements under the JIF for the cyber liability program, there's some additional work that has to be done, so that way we maintain the highest tier with the lowest deductible.
And that the 35,000 is the estimate for that work?
Yes, that covers everything for this year.
Okay, any other item on this page or the next? The following page. Okay, so is there any other item in this tab? Councilwoman Kinsella.
Yes, just a quick question on emails 101-128.
Hold on, 101-128. Go ahead.
Just the actual from 2022 is $21.17, but we're requesting more, additional 250 more from last year. Just a question on that.
This is for all the licensing for the emails. We didn't spend this full amount because once we replaced the server last year, that cost was absorbed in that project. So since that project is complete and we have the new server, we will once again be billed for the different all the email licenses.
Thank you, Lizette.
Okay. Any other member of council or committee wishes to bring anything up under the tab Borough Clerk? Seeing none, we can always go back if we need to. We're going to go to Finance Department. These are line items 130, which is financial administration, 135, audit services, 145, revenue administration, 332, accumulated absences, 410, prior year bills, 425, salary adjustment account, 41-100, budgeted grants, 41-200, chapter 195S, and 899 reserve for undercollected taxes. Council President Kaufman.
Ms. Abertola, I think you're going to say we need to leave it where it is, but 145-023.
Hold on, everybody. Let's get to 145-123. Here it is. It's up on the screen.
And I can jump in on this one also. This is under revenue administration, which is just our tax collector's office. This line is, we keep it pretty much flat every year for the reason number one, we have to order in certain years, we have to do estimated taxes. Sometimes the load of add and omitted bills are higher than in previous years. Mailing delinquent notices, you never really know how many you're going to have to send. Tax sale notices. We've been lucky in the last couple of years where we've actually we've had the opportunity to cancel our tax sale because we've been able to collect all of the taxes, which is a testament to the tax office, of course. But that's why we leave this flat. I wouldn't be opposed to a small reduction because I know that we're tight every year. But this is something where the amounts can easily fluctuate year over year. If we needed to cut a couple of $1,000s, we can certainly do that, not knowing, of course, whether we're with 100% certainty whether we'll need it or not.
Is there a motion?
I move to cut $2,000 out of this line item.
Okay, so do we have a second?
Second,
It's been moved and seconded to reduce printing 145-023 from 15,600 to 13,600. It's now open for debate, discussion, or comment. Councilwoman Montesano Cohen. Lisa, you're muted.
Sorry, I don't know what time we can go back to a previous tab. I don't have a problem with what was put forward right now, but I would like to go back one time, if possible.
You want to go back to a different item?
Yes,
Okay, we'll finish with this one and then we'll go back.
thank you.
Okay, is there any other debate, discussion, or comment from council or committee?
So
Seeing
we're
none,
cutting it, I'm sorry, we're cutting it 2,000?
2,000, which means it will reduce to 13,600.
Okay.
Follow-up question?
I just want to know that our financial officer and borough administrator are good with it. They're fine with it. There's no problem with it.
Mr. Bagtaglia.
I don't think that that'll be an issue. You know, I don't know what I don't know about how many pieces of paper, literally. I mean, that's how it's calculated, but I don't know how many we're going to have to mail, but I imagine that the $2,000 is not going to put us in a bad position.
Ms.
All right.
Albertella.
I will concur with our chief financial officer since this is his department.
Councilman Canigo, follow-up? No, okay. Councilman Montesano Cohen, I assume you're for the other item, so I'm going to, unless you aren't.
I am, for the other item.
Okay, so I'll now call the question. All in favor of reducing line item 145-023, printing from 15,600 to 13,600. Please vote yay or yes.
yes,
Yes.
Are there any opposed or any abstentions? Hearing none, it is unanimous. Councilwoman Montesano Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm on the previous tabs, 301, 2120, 021,
So we're back to the,
legal advertising,
and give it to us again.
301, 20120, 021. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Quick question to Lisette, what is this about?
This involves the requirement to publish our ads regarding ordinances, public hearings, the budget, the audit, as well as for employment services when we're soliciting. Like last year, we had to run numerous ads for driver laborer. This year, we're running ads for the bus driver, for the rec director. So that line covers all those activities.
Okay, thank you, which is why we're doing more. So 17 is increased from previous year because of all the things that we have down the pike.
Yes, and we spent actually more than what had been budgeted, and unfortunately, under state laws, all legal notices have to be published in the paper. Even though we have a great website, we have to comply with the state law.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask a question. Maybe I missed it because I'm keeping track of several different things at once. 130-023, 130-023. It was 4,000 in 1819. It was 20 in year 2021. It was 8,200 and 22. It was 8,200. But with the exception of the year 2019, we really didn't spend all that amount. Can we reduce that line, Mr. Apertola or Mr. Bagtaglia? That would, all right, Chris.
I'm just I'm pulling up what our actual expenses were for last year, so I can make sure that it's not a a bumpy expense. Yeah, I think that we actually talked about this, in the last couple of years. This is something where the printing is actually more of an office supply line. So this is buying checks, buying purchase orders, 1099 forms. It also pays for the ink and toner in our printers. Most of what we do, pretty much actually all of what we do in finance, right? So finance and the revenue administration are separate budgets. All of what we do in finance, we print in-house. So all of our printing is just our own printers. You know, again, this is a scenario where it's based on inventory. You know, to your point, we haven't spent it in previous years. I wouldn't have an objection to reducing it. You know, again, I wouldn't want to reduce it too far because I don't know offhand what all our PO stock or check stock is.
Would reducing it to 5,000 be too much in your opinion from 8,200?
No, I think that would be fine.
Could I have a motion from a member of council?
So moved.
Could I have a second?
Second.
It's open for debate to reduce item 130-023 from 8,200 to 5,000. Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention?
I think Mr. Krautheim had a question.
Mr. Krautheim, if we need to go back to the vote, we will. Go ahead.
No, sorry, it's a next line item.
All right, Mr. Krautheim, I recognize you for the next item. I rule the previous vote to be unanimous. Krautheim?
Yeah.
Ken, what
So
item?
I had a similar conversation that you were just saying, Mayor, about the line item there, right? We budget a lot of money, but yet notoriously have not spent it other than 1 year of 2019. I don't know what that professional service and costs encompass. Maybe Chris can tell us, but is it a way to reduce that a little bit as well?
So you're talking about
I'm sorry, 130,028. The next item down from yours.
okay, so 130-028, Chris, Mr. Battaglia, can you talk to that line item? It looks like 1 year it was 20,000, then it was 1,600, then it was 3,400, then it was 6,600. But we've kept it for the last 3 years at 14,750.
This is an account where, you know, we've been leaving in flat so that we don't have spikes in it. This is where we pay, you know, we'll pay the auditors for certain items. You know, we've been talking to the financial advisors about our debt projections. That gets paid for out of the professional service account. We pay in 2019 specifically, that would have been when we were preparing for a bond sale in 2020. So you had a lot more professional services associated with finance. You know, you might be paying our rating agencies, bond counsel, like I said, financial advisors and the auditors for their participation in preparing official statements. This is something that you don't use every year. The expenses that we do have every year are pretty much limited to extra services that the auditor provides that are outside of the audit, you know, such as preparing certain documents and again, you know, various statements that are required, continuing disclosure obligations on our issuances. You know, I can tell you that we don't need 14,750 this year. I cannot tell you that we don't need 14,750 next year, right? So it's a question of if we'd like to reduce it, you know, we can reduce it as low as, you know, probably $5,000 and be fine for this year. However, we might have to increase it next year, and then you see a jump in that budget of 300% in 1 year. So if as long as we're all on board with those potential jumps, I don't have any issue with reducing it this year. It's just one of those things that we've kept flat because we know that it's we don't want to see spikes.
Mr. Krautheim, do you have a follow-up question?
No, that's good.
Ms. Apertola.
Just for the reasons our chief financial officer had explained Personally, I do not recommend making any changes with all the uncertainty in the economy. We may need to engage professionals more heavily this year, whether it's midpoint or towards the end of the year to see what's in 2024, plus with whatever mandates come from either the federal government or the state government, we need to be ready to engage these professionals.
All right. President Kaufman.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Apertola. I was talking with Mr. Battaglia earlier this week, and we definitely need to get an official statement for any note or bond offerings that we do in order to lower the interest rate. So that would incur extra costs.
All right. Is there any member of council who would like to make a motion? And not, if not, we'll move on. Seeing none, we'll move on. Is there another line item? Councilwoman Montesano Cohen.
Yes, I apologize. I know that we're going through line by line, but that's where we are, right? Right beneath that one, the maintenance of contracts.
Can you give us a number, please?
130029.
All right. Go ahead.
I guess Lisette, who maintains the contract? What is this about? I guess we just need to understand why it's 12 grand.
This is our admin's contract, so this is for our entire financial system. So yeah, so it's just a contractual increase, but this is our entire financial database, whether it's what generates the budget, generates the POs, generates tax bills.
Okay, so it's the admin, not contracts itself, like in the sense of contracting. Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right. Any other member within this tab? Council or committee? All right. We can always come back to a tab. Let's move on to Department of Public Works. This would be line items 290, repair and maintenance, 300, other PW functions, PW for public works functions, 301, parking lot maintenance, 305, recycling, 310, building and grounds, 315, vehicle maintenance, 316, snow removal, 325, Community Services Act, 331, bus, 375, maintenance of parks, 455, sewer system, 510, storm water. Councilwoman Kaufman, Council President Kaufman.
290-178.
290-178.
Salt and sand. We spent 19,000 this year, and we have 40,000 for next year. I'm just wondering if we can bring that down some. Is Jason? Jason, yes. Lieutenant.
Yes, salt and sand, I wouldn't suggest touching that line. What happens every year, it goes into a trust account that Chris has for storms. Even though it's not looked at on there, it only has 19,000 missing. We are over 36,000 for this year because I did use the trust account. That's an account from last year's salt. So it just carries over. This account helps us out at the beginning of the year when we're in a temporary budget. So when you're in temporary budget during the snow season, you can't get salt, large supplies of salt because you only have 26% of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Malari.
Yes, thank you. Just a clarification, the item 290013, the overtime, is it a typo? It says requested 110,000 and then budgeted 100.
Yeah, that's a typo. I did request 110,000. That's to the new contract with the increases of the manpower. Obviously, overtime has gone up a little bit there when we do have storms. So we are not out of the woods. I just want everybody to know, even though we had a easy winter, you still have hurricane season and everything else. So flooding and all that, one storm can eat all that up.
So will be 110,000?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, council, in a minute, we're gonna go back to the salary adjustment account for DPW, which is under the finance tab, but we're going to recognize Councilwoman Montesano Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. 290181 Borough Building Generators. Is this, Jason, because of the maintenance that we used to maintain for the old generators, and since the borehole is being updated, does that still need to be there?
So I thank you for bringing that up. That actually has to be another 2,000 added on to that. That is the maintenance contracts of the generators. Every year we have 3 inspections on the generators, each one in town. We have to have those inspections for state. And then it's also repairs on those generators. Just this year, we added one more, obviously, to the library. So that will be another around $600 to a maintenance contract. And with the accreditation going on for the police department right now, we have to add a $1,300 load test per year, an annual load test. That's not calculated in maintenance contract. So that actually has to go up to $10,000, that line.
All right, I'm going to ask for a motion and second to move line 290-181 from 8,000 to 10,000, and then we'll open it for discussion and then for a vote.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? It's now open for debate. Moving line 290-181 Borough Building Generators from 8,000 to 10,000. Is there debate, comment, or inquiry? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor of adjusting the line from 8,000 to 10,000, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? Okay, we're going to step back for a moment. Ms. Apertola, would you tell us where we should be going back to? Was that? You're muted.
It's under the finance tab, account 425, the salary adjustment account. For the non-represented employees, they have not received their salary increments for 2023. So with the exception of a couple of contracted employees, the non-represented group didn't receive their raises. So this salary adjustment account accounts for a 3% raise for the employees. This was discussed at the finance committee, and it just needs to be confirmed by the full governing body.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for now Lizette, make sure I say this correctly. I'm going to ask for a motion and second to change the salary adjustment account from 0 to 65,000, which is line 425-100. Is that correct, Liz?
Yes, and that's already part of the budget total. So we're not adding 65,000, it's just confirming using that amount.
Could I have a motion and second, then we can certainly discuss, debate, or ask for questions.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. It is now open for debate, discussion, or inquiry. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? So approved. We are back to Department of Public Works tab. Is there another item? Council President Kaufman and then Councilwoman Kinsella afterwards.
Just a small one, 305-188. Superintendent Melito, is there any room to cut there? Logs and dumpsters?
Jason, you're muted, just so you know. Still muted, Jason.
Actually, the tipping fees have gone up due to the fuel costs. They do a fuel surcharge now on all the dumpsters and all that. We do have a contract with Downs, and we have a contract with Environmental LLC. There's 2 dumpsters, and they're all doing it. I've looked into it to see if anybody is not charging that fee, and there is no one at this time.
Councilwoman Kinsella. Oh, well, does that satisfy your question, Councilman Kaufman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to highlight, this is more of a comment, just to highlight what Council President noted in the beginning of the meeting, and to with increased costs for 305-190. Jason, sorry, Superintendent Melito, you have 23,000 in 2022, and now you're requesting 90,000 because the tipping fees have gone up so extravagantly.
Yes, we started the year last year at 800. First of all, recycling we used to get paid for it, so our trust fund grew. Since then, our trust fund shrunk to nothing. Now, at the beginning of last year, it was $812 a month. Recently, obviously, we send it overseas. We don't really do much of our recycling here, and no longer is India or China right now really taking a lot of it. It is a commodity. The last couple bills we've had per month range from anywhere from $5,500 a month to $6,900. So this would offset those costs. Again, it is a commodity, so it's a floor price. It goes up and down. So we might go back down to 800 if somebody starts accepting it. We might go even higher. Mark Mangieri of Bergen County understands the concerns that all the towns have. We've been contacting them, but this is just where we are right now.
Thank you.
Any other member of council? Anything else under the DPW budget? Mr. Superintendent Melito.
Chris, just so I'm clear, going back to the shade tree conversation this morning, I'm going to be posting and taking that money out of part-time line 26-290-012, correct? The 5,000 that's been moved.
No, you didn't lose anything out of your budget. What we did with Shade Tree was we moved 2,500 from Historic Commission and 2,500 from the Shade Tree operating account, and we're creating a new account called Shade Tree Salary and Wages. So there's no change on the road repairs and maintenance or buildings.
Okay, so the part-time line won't change.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other member of council or committee who'd like to address something now? Of course, we can always go back with DPW. Seeing none, we will move on to police department, which is items 2.
May I have a quick question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman
just-
Kinsella.
Sorry, just clarify, Superintendent Melito, for 310-182 health concerns.
Yes, 310-182 health concerns. We put that into the budget. That's our rat control or our rodent control or any kind of things like that along the ditches when we have concerns in our buildings. It also helps us with the flood. When we do have floods, we use that for mold remediation or inspections.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
The other, Mayor, can I talk on one more thing?
Absolutely,
Chris, on 26-290-170. Right now, last year I had 3,300. This is street signs. I have 0 in there now. Did we just not fund that? And just for clarification to the council, this is for knockdown signs to be replaced. This is again for knockdown signs to replace batteries. If the police department runs out of theirs, we do batteries out of the sign, street name signs, and the poles.
Jason, we can't see the actual. We can only see the appropriated. The actual, let's see.
Is 3,300. I'm just asking for the same amount.
Okay, so it's on 2 different
70,
pages.
Chris, 290.
No, he's showing us the actual right now because it's on 2 separate pages. Do you understand what's happening, Superintendent? So at the top of the current page is the actual. And then if he goes up, and he can't really do that. And then if he goes to the current page, we only see the appropriated. So you're asking, Superintendent, for, yeah, you'd have to do a continuous page instead of
Yeah, but he didn't fund it. You see where it says requested? There's no 3,300 there.
Yeah, it's not happening. Yeah, so Superintendent Melito is asking the council to go from a 0 request for item 29170 to 3,300. Could I have a motion and second, and then we can debate and discuss it?
So moved.
Second,
All right, Councilman Kanigo, I recognize you.
So, Jason, in 22, you asked for 3,300, but you spent 9,200.
Jason, you just muted yourself instead of unmuted.
Yes, Councilman. That actually was a little screwed up because I offset a traffic accident until we got our insurance money. We did take it out of this, but it did get eventually refunded back into the budget with insurance money.
How much did you actually spend?
Oh, and sorry, that was for one of the signs too. I actually spent around 5,500 because that was actually for one of the Welcome to River Edge signs I started doing to come back.
Is 3,300 going to be enough?
Yes, I feel confident in that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We are currently in for debate, inquiry, or comment. Is there any more debate, inquiry, or comment? Seeing none, I call the question to increase street sign line 290-170 from 0 to a requested 3,300. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? All right, we are currently still in DPW. Is there any further discussion within DPW? Seeing now, we go to Police Department. Line item 240, police, line item 250, police communications. Any member of council or committee who would like to discuss or make an adjustment? Council President Kaufman.
Line item 240105,
240.
maintenance contracts. Chief Walker, just wondering whether there's any wiggle room there.
Sure. So the maintenance contracts are always an issue every year. They go up. And what has happened is, I have over 15 maintenance contracts to take care of a variety of everything from computers to defibrillators to software to all types of things. And it's gone up mainly because of accreditation is the one big jump where we have to pay the accreditation company for the upkeep. They kind of, if you don't pay them, you can stay accredited the way that you are. But if say 3 years from now, we say, okay, we want to make sure we're still up to speed, they charge you the full amount all over again. So there was really no way around that. But it does include a very big training component, which saves us because all of their training is online, which means I don't have to send officers to the academy nearly as much, which obviously cuts down on overtime. So there is a little positive about it, but otherwise it's things like, the county has an increase for the arrest system, went up $2,000 this year, and everything else that I'm looking at in front of me. And also keep in mind, I did clean this up from a year or two ago where we had it like an alarm line, but that's really a maintenance contract. So I combined it. So for example, if you look at line 179, that was zeroed out. That's, I think, 3,500 or 4,000. It was moved over to this. And it just because it should be. I kind of cleaned it up and put all the maintenance contracts together. They were kind of floating around here and there.
Councilwoman Kaufman, do you have a follow-up?
I do not, thank you.
Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, just a quick question on account 240006. And it kind of falls in with the 005 account. And it seems like the full-time dispatcher is way less than having part-timers. How does it work? Can we not get 2 full-time dispatchers? Because it seems like it would be more economical, or is that not something we can do?
So I'm probably going to ask Chris to jump in on this because he puts these together. But when you see part-time dispatchers, we have 6 of them now. So, you know, that's what you're looking at as far as those costs. And then we have 1 full-time dispatcher. He works Monday through Friday during the days. And then we just fill all the other spots in with a bunch of these, you know, I call them kids, the dispatch part-timers. I don't know if that really answers your question, but that's where that accounts for those costs right there.
Mr. Bagtaglia, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, we were exactly what the chief said. We're paying the part-time dispatchers. I just pulled up my notes on that. We pay 10 different dispatchers out of the part-time, as for various number of hours throughout the year. So it's having 1 full-time employee versus having a revolving door of part-time dispatchers that help plug the hours. So that's why it's higher.
Councilwoman Kinsella, follow up?
Yeah, just, so hiring another full-time dispatcher would not like to compensate for the evening hours, because you have one from Monday through Friday morning, work days, and then one at night full-time. That doesn't help the situation?
No, the part-time dispatchers are going to be cheaper. And remember, it's 24/7. So we work around the clock and the weekends. But we don't really fill all the midnights. We just can't get the manpower. If you guys remember, you were gracious enough, I think last year, to offer to say, hey, try to fill the nights so we can have the officers out on the road and not sitting on the desk. We've tried to do that, but we're constantly hiring dispatchers and crossing guards. But no, part-time dispatchers are cheaper than the full-time dispatchers.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Sure.
Mr. Bagtaglia.
I just wanted to add that, you don't see in this particular line item is the benefit costs associated with a full-time employee as well, right? So health benefits is a separate line, the pension contributions is a separate line as well. So you'd have to take those into consideration when looking to replace part-time employees with a full-time employee.
Thank you, Chris.
Hold on a second. I don't know if this would, I just got it. Jason, Superintendent Melito. I don't know if you would be, your question would be in order. Why don't you ask the question and then we can see where we want to go.
You want the chief to end what he's talking about?
Yeah, I just want to know whether it would be something we'd be dealing with today or we be dealing with later. So why don't you ask the question and then I'll have Lizette chime in.
Employment requests. Are we going over that today? Should we have gone over that when I was talking? We did fill out some requests in the budget.
Ms. Apatella.
This was something that was discussed in the Personnel Committee, similar to the salary adjustment account that needs to be confirmed by the full governing body. And Jason, correct me if I miss anything. It was to hire a laborer to replace one who retired at the end of the year, and promote an operator that was in last year's budget, but because of the labor shortage in the department that didn't get rectified until towards the end of last year, there's still the need for an operator, especially during the later half of this year with leave collection.
But before Jason answers that, I believe it would not be in order, Lizette, because it first needs to go before the council as a whole, either in closed session or open session, correct?
No, it would be part of the budget discussion, just to confirm, since we're not speaking about employees per se directly, it does not fall under closed session. It's a budgetary decision.
Would it be in order given today's agenda, or must it wait? In other words, do we have flexibility to make it part of today's discussion?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to finish with the police department and then we'll come back to it. Would that make sense to you, Ms. Apatella?
Yes.
All right. So let's finish with the police department. Is there any member of committee or council who has another item they'd like to ask a question about or to suggest reduction or removal? Councilwoman Kinsella.
Sorry, can I just make a comment, Mayor?
Absolutely.
So this is to you, Chief, for 240-013. I just want to point out that you've handled the department so efficiently that has gone down. So thank you.
Sure, thank you. I intend to bring that down more this year with the class twos.
Okay.
Thank you, Indira.
Is there any other member of council or committee who would like to make a comment, bring up an item in regards to police department? Okay, now we're going to step out of the, I don't know if we're actually stepping out of the book or not. Lizette, where in the book would we be dealing with what Superintendent Melito is referring to?
It would be the first page, under the tab, under budget request justification. It's not on this admin's spreadsheet.
All right, I'll read it into the record then.
Yeah.
This, and if I read it incorrectly, please stop me, Superintendent. 2023 budget request justification, Department of Public Works. Request 3% for the 6 DPW workers that are non-contractual. And Lizette, I think we've already included that in the 65,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Request $13,814 to make a third operator. This position was budgeted in 2022, but not hired due to the loss of multiple employees and contract negotiation. Is this amount, Lizette, currently in the budget?
Yes, because we have the retired employee's full salary in this budget.
Okay. And finally, request a new laborer. This will replace the retirement of Michael
Cezina.
Yes. Is this currently in the budget?
Yes.
So what we're really doing is a procedure to make this officially part of the budget. Is that what we're doing?
It's to ratify this request and determine when Mr. Melito can take the action for this, whether it's after the budget's adopted, or would it be an activity after July 1st, mid-year? So that's where we stand.
Okay, Mr. Melito, if you could speak briefly to this, and then I'm going to ask for a motion in second, and that would be the appropriate time for questions and answers. So if you could speak briefly to this.
Yes, Mayor. The third request is just, since the new contract, it actually dropped it down to 13,000. That would have been a $21,000 hit. If the new contract was here, and the request for the new labor would be in, they would start October 1st. I would hold off pretty much 3/4 of the year to save that salary and hire them for the leaf season, to start the leaf season off.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there so that we follow Robert's rules. Can I have a motion in second to approve the budget request justification so read into the record previously?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. It is now open for debate. Mr. Melito, if you'd like to continue.
No, I think that's it. I mean, like Lizette said, that we still have Mike Cezina's full salary. So when a new employee does come on, that salary has dropped about $40,000 alone. So that helps out with the pension and Social Security payments as well, the borough. And again, this is for succession planning. We are in that area where we're going to start looking at seeing a lot of retirements. So with the CDL stuff going on and everything else, it takes about 8 months if we hire a non-CDL driver to get them just the license alone. So again, this is part of the progressionary of this.
But it's already part of the budget. I just want to remind the council of that. And the committee, is there question, comment, or debate from the committee or council? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? Hearing none, this has been ratified.
Thank you.
Now we would move to fire department, and that would be, oh, I don't have line items here.
Before we go to the fire department, just
Sure.
want to confirm that at last week's meeting, Chief Walker explained that we have an upcoming retirement and that he was authorized to move forward with filling the vacancy to go through the testing. And on Monday night's full mayor and council meeting agenda, there is a resolution certifying that a vacancy will exist.
So do we need a vote for that, Lizette, or is that just an FYI?
That's just an FYI.
All right, then.
Thanks, Lizette. Sorry.
No problem, chief, no problem. Can we move to fire department, Ms. Apatella?
Yes.
All right, everyone, we are now in the fire department budget, which is line items 255. And that's it, items 255. Council President Kaufman.
Just two quick things, Chief Caridi, 255-133. It says 18,000 requested, but then it's 0 for budgeted. And then the second thing, well, we'll go to the second thing in a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna refer to Chris on that. That is for the tax allowance adjustment. We spent, I don't know why that's 0. We spent $17,980 of that last year. So I'm gonna yield to Chris. And if I know Chris and Gita had worked on that.
We budget the full amount of it in the salary and wage account. So I had it in both places. So I moved the 18,000 at 0 here. It's all in the salary and wage portion of the account because even, that tax adjustment still gets paid out as a salary. So the full amount is in the one line.
So Chris, should that 18,000 stay in the operating, or does that now become part of salary and gets added to the salary and wages?
Yeah, it just got added to the salary and wages. It can be removed from operating entirely. I think many years ago, I guess 2018, it looks like if you look at the screen, was the last time that it was actually paid out of the operating. I believe at that point, the firefighters were still getting 1099s for the clothing allowances, but there was an IRS issue that they released a memo requiring firefighters to receive W-2s rather than 1099s. So everything got moved into the salary and wage account.
Based on this discussion, I'm going to I'm going to ask for a motion and second to delete, to zero out line item 255-133 clothing tax allowance adjustment. Could I have a motion and second?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Chris, continue.
Just for clarity, it is a 0 on the actual budget amount. So it is not included currently in the tax impact.
All right, but we're going to remove it from the request.
Okay.
All in favor of, is there any debate? All in favor of removing it from the request, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? All right. Council President Kaufman.
And then 255-184 motor vehicle repairs, we came in above budget last year, but you're sticking with the same 35,000. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah, I know we came over. I think 35,000 will be good, Council President. We're already $6,000 into that already as we speak. So I do feel confident that we'll be okay with that.
Great, thank you.
Any other member of council or committee for the fire department operational budget? Seeing none, and of course we can always come back. Let's move to Office of Emergency Management, which would be line 252. Any member of council or committee wish to ask about any line items here? Give it a moment more. We can certainly return to this if necessary. Let us now move to recreation line items. Oh, this is a little confusing. Hold on a second. Looks like it's line items 370. Any member of council or commission, committee rather, who would like to ask about 370?
Three seven zero oh 1 2.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, just for clarification of the public, I found the cover sheet. It's 360, 370, 375, and 420. And Councilman Kanigo, would you just say that number again? Oh, you said 370, 20. Okay,
No, 012.
yeah, 012.
Couple up there. Part-time.
Okay. What is your question, Councilman?
This is for the part-time rec director assistant. Is this?
It's
Yes.
for two positions. It covers that as well as the seasonal park attendant who works every April through October.
And the full-time is for our rec director.
Correct.
All right, I'll let our finance chair speak to this.
I thought we had leeway to reduce that line 50,000. Mr. Battaglia, if you could double check on that. I think we need to remove the part-time person, given what's going on with our finances.
I agree.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded and is now open for debate, discussion, or inquiry. Is there debate, discussion, or inquiry? Mr. Battaglia.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. Are we removing we're leaving the 80,000 in full-time and modifying the 50,000 down, or are we not hiring a full-time and we're leaving the part-time? I just want to make sure I understand what we're changing here.
Motion is to, the motion is to get rid of the part-time, leave the full-time.
Ms. Zapertola, didn't we think we still had the leeway to cut it to 0, including retaining the part-time park cleanup person that we have? Or do
No,
you
the park cleaning person has always been under this part-time line. So his compensation still needs to be budgeted for. So it'd just be removing what had been set aside to hire the part-time assistant. And that position is not currently under solicitation. We're only soliciting for the director. And then once the director settles in, we can move forward. But if this position is removed, then as part of the interview process, we would explain to potential candidates that even though the code does have a part-time assistant, that isn't funded in this year's budget.
Okay, so do we reduce, I'd make a motion then to move the part-time position to 11,000 from 50,000.
Second.
Okay, that's an amendment to the previous motion. All in favor, there can be debate. Is there debate?
Just a quick question.
Yes.
So that 11,000 will cover that part-time park employee, Ms. Zapertola?
I defer that to Mr. Battaglia if that is enough, or with the salary increase, we need to increase it to whatever amount is necessary, 11,500 or 12,000, just to cover that that person's pay for the season.
It would be safer to increase it to 12,000 rather than 11,000. It'll land us, if with a 3% increase, and if the hours are identical to last year, we should be right around 11,200. But the hours are presumably subject to change based on the workload.
I'll make the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, the amendment is to reduce it from 50,000 to 12,000. Michelle, I just need for you to second that.
Second.
All right, is there debate over just amending and then we'd vote on whether we want to do it? Is there debate on amending? All in favor of simply amending the motion to a reduction to 12,000, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or any abstention? Hearing none now, the amended motion is the main motion. We have a motion to reduce line item 370-012 from 50,000 to 12,000. Is there debate, discussion, or inquiry? Hearing none, I call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion approves unanimously. So line item 370-012 is reduced to 12,000 with the intent of zeroing out the new part-time and member of the Rec Commission. Okay, is there another item that council would like to look at? All right, let's move now to fire prevention. Fire prevention is line items 265. And as always, if we need to go back, we may go back at any time. Seeing no hands at this time, we will move to assessor line item 150. Is there any discussion about items 150 tax collector? Seeing none, we will now move to land use board, line item 180. Seeing none, we will now move to construction code enforcement, line items 195 and line item 200. Council President Kaufman.
On item 195-028, the professional services, it's going from 35,100 to 40,000. Is that necessary?
Yes, that's for the zoning officer services. Those are based on the contractual rates.
Okay.
Follow-up question? Councilwoman Kinsella.
Question on 195-011.
Okay, I'll defer to Chris on that, but that covers 2 full-time employees, the technical assistant and the administrative assistant, and the other line covers the construction officials part-time, all the inspectors, and an intern.
All right, is there a follow-up question?
Oh, so basically, there's nothing for the part-time for this year, but the 209 includes full-time and possible part-time, correct?
The full-time is at 109,600, the part-time is at 99,400. Most of our code enforcement officers are all part-time. So that's where a bulk of your expenses come from. And the 109,600 is just your full-time. You only have 2 full-time employees in that department.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have 209 on mine. I think I have the wrong. Okay.
That's the number right down here is the total. I think that was the original document that was circulated maybe a month earlier, and then we subsequently split it out between the full-time and part-time.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Further questions? All right, we can always return if we need to. Let's move now to Health Department, line 330 and 340. Seeing none at this time, we will move to the library, line 390. Seeing none, we will move to municipal court, line item 275490495. Now, for the public's benefit, the council has been working behind the scenes, and especially the finance committee. And so if you don't hear any questions, it's because they have been either answered prior to this meeting, or they have reviewed and found the lines to be satisfactory. Business Administrator Apatella.
Yes, I just want to state for the record, the new expenses for a part-time person in the court. Our activity has increased, as well as state mandates to provide coverage. The state requires basically 7 days a week reporting when somebody, that the court administrator, if somebody has been incarcerated, and again, it's a 7-day-a-week issue, so we need additional coverage for that. And although not noted here, the salary adjustment does cover a request that that was heard in the Personnel Committee for the 3% and a very minor merit increase for the court administrator, just to bring in line with other court administrators in the county. And court is back in a hybrid format where one of the 2 sessions during the month are virtual and the other session is in person as mandated by the judiciary.
Thank you for that. Seeing no other hands, we'll move to insurance and pension. There are several lines under this: 210, 215, 220, 221, 225, 260, 471, 472, 475, and 478, which is liability, workman's compensation, health insurance, health benefit waiver, unemployment first aid, LOSAP, PERS, PERSE, which is public employee retirement service, I believe, or Social Security, PFRS, which I forget what that acronym is. What is that one?
Police and Firemen Retirement System.
And the DCRP?
Defined Contribution Retirement Program.
Good. So I want to make sure I said those correctly, and I appreciate the help. All right, is there any member of council or committee who'd like to review any of this portion of the budget, insurance and pension?
I have a question. I'm sorry. I
Sure,
didn't raise my hand.
Councilwoman Montesano.
210-176. I 11,000. I see the note, but could you speak to that, Lisette, a little? I don't know what that is.
Yes, this provides insurance coverage for the adult programs, senior programs. Whenever there's a special event such as the River Edge Run, 4th of July, River Edge Day, as well as our Central Athletic Council, the rates have been increasing as we have more events and more participants. So this is based on the actual quote that we have received.
Okay, we have a question I have to address to the council at this time and to the committee. We have allocated from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. It is now 12 noon. Will the committee and the council authorize us to continue as a body and addressing these issues for an extra 30 minutes or an extra hour, or not at all? Can I hear from the committee and the council?
I'm happy to continue so we can complete this today.
Same.
Agree, but can
Same.
we take a 2-minute break, please?
Absolutely. So just before we do that, could I have a motion and second to continue for 1 more hour? If we need to adjust that, we can. Could I have a motion and second?
I moved.
Second.
Hold on before we vote. Chief Critty, is this in reference to this motion?
No, I just have a question if you need me to stay on at
All right,
all.
hold on a second. All in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Okay, before we take a 5-minute break, do we need Chief Critty to remain on? Chief, I don't see your budget coming up again. Either of the chiefs, I don't see your budgets coming up. You're more than welcome to stay, but I don't see that. And Mr. Melito, I don't know if utilities contingent or debt service will require any of them to remain. Ms. Apratella, would you please weigh in your opinion, do they need to stay? Could we be addressing a topic that they should be present for?
No, they don't need to stay. If any questions come up, I'll call them if needed.
All right.
And maybe if they can just be available if we need to touch base with them by phone.
Mayor, if I could just talk, if you could just jump to utilities, that would be the only area that I would probably need to be.
I'm just gonna take a 5-minute bathroom break and then we're gonna come back for that, okay?
Yeah, and so, I mean,
Okay.
just skip from insurance and pensions to just go back to that and just jump in and I could be done.
How long do you think it will take?
To go through utilities, 10 minutes when you get back, not even.
Okay. So we thank you, Chief Critty. I don't know if you're staying, Chief Walker. If not, we thank you. And we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 8 minutes after, if we could.
Thank you, everybody. Call me if you need me.
Thank you,
Exactly.
Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Great job, guys.
Thank you, Chiefs.
All right. All right, we're all back. Now, Mr. Melito, you wanted us to return to what part of the budget book?
It would be under utilities. That would be operating budgets 303 to 465.
Okay. All right, we're in utilities. I don't think we actually did utilities yet. That was coming up, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to see if you
So
could.
this is,
yeah.
would be their next item, for the public's benefit and for the council and committee, we're moving to the utilities tab. Line 303, 304, 430, 440, 445, 446, 447, 448, 465 respectively, contractual trash removal, multifamily trash removal, library electricity, telephone and telegraph, hydrant / water, petroleum, electric and gas, sanitation. Mr. Superintendent Melito.
Yeah, just there's a few increases in here and just if there's any questions, I know Mr. Battaglia is gonna probably weigh in and Ms. Apatola when it comes to the garbage, if there's any questions on why it's gone up a little bit. And of course, the fuel. So here,
Superintendent, if you want to make a statement, feel free to do so.
it's just we looked at every avenue. I mean, just so everybody knows that everything's gone up from fuel to water to garbage. We've tried everything to keep it down. The chief has been going out of town and a lot of traffic details have been coming up. So there was no way to keep these lines any lower than what we have at this time. So that's where we are. And again, we're trying to anticipate a little bit for next year's garbage. So that's gone up a little bit, like I believe you said at the beginning of this meeting, Mayor. So.
All right. Mr. Battaglia, Ms. Apratella, any comment you'd like to make before the council and committee weighs in?
I want to just confirm what Mr. Melito has said. You know, we've tried everything, but these commodities are very volatile, and we're trying the best that we can, but we have to anticipate these increases so that way, in the event we're unable to transfer funds, not to have to do an emergency appropriation. And with the trash removal, as Council President Kaufman had explained, municipalities are facing no less than a 70 to 75% increase. I was at a conference this past week where a recent increase was actually 180%. And the garbage haulers are facing what we're facing, increased labor costs to be competitive. Nobody wants to, haul garbage if you could make, more money being a barista, for example. So they have a labor shortage, a product shortage, the vehicles are breaking down based on use and fuel.
Mr. Battaglia, I don't know if you wish to chime in. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Well, I just wanted to say one thing about the way that this is presented. It looks like this is the first year this is in the budget. Obviously, that's not the case. If you look at the screen, you see that it says, zeros for all the previous years. I had a software issue where the original numbers in previous years were different. So it was 26,305, 101 and 26,305, 100 were the contractual and multifamily accounts. And because of the way that they were numbered, they were falling into the wrong reports and they were being aggregated as part of recycling. So I had to change the numbering. But when you change the numbering, you can't see that there was activity on that account in previous years. All the activity is still in our system, but on this particular budget prep report, it doesn't show. So I just wanted to, it's not a new line item. It's just a new account number, and that's why it looks like it's new.
All right. All right. Any member of council or committee who would like to ask Council President Kaufman?
Just wondering, with the cuts that we've made, I know we were saying we were going to try to keep the cap utilization basically maxed out for this year. And so I'm just curious, the total garbage bill, how much are we increasing it for this year to prepare for next year?
So we have the two line items that we have. The first one on the screen now is going from 332,000 to 500,000. So that's an increase of 168,000. And then this line is going from sorry, we've got more than one line here. Give me 1 second.
Take your time. Ms. Abertella, while Mr. Battaglia is calculating that.
And just jumping back to what Mr. Battaglia said, that the garbage trash removal were in different lines last year. From what we had budgeted for garbage and trash removal, the contractual was 332. We spent 316 under that contract. But in the multifamily, we had budgeted 250, and the actual what was paid was 280. It was modified at 272. What we ended up paying was 282. We went over by almost 11,000, and it's because we had received some bills after the document had been generated and were charged based on the reserve year. So I just wanted to give everybody notification of what the account amounts were for last year for comparison.
So for the public's benefit, Ms. Abertella, when you were saying 282 and the other numbers, you were saying $282,000, just for the public's benefit.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go back to Mr. Battaglia unless he needs a moment more.
No, that's it. I have the 250 here. We had, after transfers, it was 272 last year. But we also combined, so this account on the screen at the bottom here, this tipping fees is where you're seeing the increases, and that's going to be combined with the garbage removal account. As you can see, this is also currently under recycling. So on this report, you can still see it there. but that's actually the tipping fees. So that'll also be pulled out and combined with the 250.
Councilman Kaufman, did that answer your question? If it does, I'm going to go to Mr. Rulman. If not, let's see if you have a follow-up.
So I guess I'm just, if we have room at the end, I'm just hoping we can move some more potentially to this if there is room.
All right, Mr. Rulman.
I just have a little clarification question, at least on my part. The $500,000 that you first put up and the 250 afterwards, is that anticipated for the increase in the contract that you're negotiating, or is that based upon, is that what we paid out last year, and is that contract still in force, and that's what you think the contract is going to be?
The 250 is under the multifamily. We do not pick up at the apartments, but under the Municipal Services Act, we have to reimburse them for their garbage pickup. So that's one item. The bigger number, the 500,000, is it's to build for the upcoming contract. We're still under contract this year, but we will have to go out to bid next year. And we do not do it alone. We have a joint bid with New Milford to try to have a more competitive price, a much lower price. But we have to anticipate for that. And the trend is that it is skyrocketing. And if we don't anticipate the funding now, we will have a very high bill to deal with. And also this year, as we had mentioned last week, the local finance board allowed for solid waste and recycling collection as a cap exception. And that is the reason why the council president is mentioning maximizing that line, because the local finance board stressed that it was a one-time exception only, and that municipalities just basically had to figure it out for next year.
Okay, that trash contract that we have, does that contract track with our budget cycles? Or is it off cycle? You said, when is the contract?
So the contract's up
Next
October.
October. Next October.
Next October, okay,
Yes,
so
and
it's,
it cannot be extended. I asked the state if we could extend it to the calendar year, but under local public contracts law, 5 years is 5 years. It's based on when the contract was signed, not the calendar year.
okay, how much did we put in, what was, I can't tell from here, and I guess the easiest way is to ask you, how much did we have in the contract last year?
332,000.
Yeah, okay, so we're substantially increasing that.
Yes.
Okay, but that is still that's good for this year. It's not good for next year.
That's building a reserve for next year. And as Ms. Appertella just said, the Department of Community Affairs has stated pretty vehemently that garbage is outside the levy cap this year, and they're saying it won't be next year.
Next year, okay, all right.
So whatever increase we see next year is gonna have to, unless they change their mind, we're gonna have to possibly cut other things to get our number into the levy cap constraints.
Correct. And there's no pending legislation to provide that relief, and it's not anticipated until, if anything, November or December as a fast track under lame duck.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other member of council or committee? I think we're coming back to Council President Kaufman, but Mr. Rulman, please lower your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Question? Okay, so we're gonna go back to our Council President Kaufman.
I just would like Chris, once our CFO, once he's netted everything out, to see if we have a little more leeway to add more to the garbage, that's all.
All right, and now you'll bring that up later? Yeah, okay, great. All right, is there any further discussion under utilities? Ms. Superintendent Melito, you wanted to stay for that, so unless there's a further issue, we thank you for coming. Appreciate everything you do, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend when this is over.
Thanks, Jason.
You
Good
too.
job, everyone.
All right, let's move to, there is no line items under contingency. So there's no paper that I have under that. Ms. Apatella, is there something we need to address under contingency?
No, it's just an
Just a-
account that we build in for any unforeseen operating expenses, whether we charge it directly to contingent or use that to be able to transfer.
Yeah, okay, great. So now we're into debt services, line item 901, 950, 920, 925, 930, 935, 944, 945, 891, respectively, capital improvement fund, improvements to borough property, bond principal, note principal, interest on bonds, interest on notes. What does NJEIT mean?
It's the New Jersey Environmental Infrastructure Trust.
So there's one line for loan principal and loan interest and then deferred charges. Council and committee, any question about any of these line items or comment? All right, so at this point, does any member of council or committee wish to return to any previous item that we looked at in the operating budget? Or any new item that we looked at, that we did not mention, but was part of our general discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to go to Ms. Apatella and Mr. Bagtaglia. At this point, what further action does the council need to take, if any?
I believe we just have to review where we stand with the adjustments we had made on the overall tax impact.
Okay. And would that be done by you, Mr. Bagtaglia, or Mr. Bagtaglia?
That'd be done by Mr. Battaglia because I don't have
All right.
that information to bring to live updates.
So this is the tally. Now, this isn't recording sub accounts because you don't see sub accounts on the state budget documents. So this was the aggregated by department account that you'll actually see on your state budget documents. So far, we have a total cut of $43,150 from the total budget. What impact that has on the taxes? It went from 238.20 down to 224.86 is where we're at right now.
You had originally said, earlier you had said that it wasn't 238.20, it was 236. So the 224 you just mentioned, is that taking into account that earlier statement?
Yes, I was just looking at the document that I believe is in your folders.
Yeah, no, you're right. So we're looking at a huge amount of money. 224, okay. What further action do we need to take other than, do we need to move the budget? Do we need to take any action? Do we need to authorize you to take any actions in regard to the next council meeting? I see Council President Kaufman. I'm going to come back to her in a minute. Mr. Bagtaglia, Ms. Apatella.
The next steps here, we tentatively have the budget introduction on the agenda for Monday. So if you give me the approval to send this new information, the 10 items that we've changed here to our auditor, they will update the budget, the state document that we already have populated to reflect these changes, and then he'll forward that to the clerk's office for the meeting package for Monday.
Council President Kaufman.
Just wanted to double check, Mr. Battaglia, do you think we have enough in the garbage line, given they may not renew the exception?
It's That's an impossible question to answer, because I don't know what I don't know about the, where we're gonna land with the contract next year. I mean, we have the option here. So this is a scenario where I can increase that dollar amount to the maximum of our appropriation cap, which after these cuts might be a little bit higher. I can go to the maximum, and it looks like I'm still sharing my screen, and it's only a portion, so you're not even able to see the full amount. But it'll probably be in the ballpark of $100,000. I just need to update the cap calculation. I could increase the garbage amount by that. If we want to offset that with surplus, we can do that confidently because we know we're not going to be spending that money this year. However, that does not help you next year because we wouldn't be offsetting with surplus anymore, because you will be spending it at least for the last 3 months next year, and then for the full year in 2025. So to the extent that we want to use it to just increase the cap space, it's not a bad idea to do that, to go to the maximum of our cap. And we know that that's where our wiggle room, for lack of better words, is. But keep in mind that doesn't help the taxes for next year. It just helps the appropriation cap.
Right. The only reason I bring it up is only because I was on that DCA call and they seemed pretty firm in that they were not going to allow garbage to be outside of the levy cap next year. And we've spoken to our assembly people, and there's no assembly bill to help move it forward to make it permanent. So I kind of feel it would be prudent to add the extra 100,000 just so we're covered.
But that wouldn't change our current number of 224 to the mean at home, right? That would just be an accounting process.
That's correct.
But it wouldn't be coming out of surplus, right, Chris? It would be.
It would be kind of surplus right now, but it would be going right back in at the end of next year. So it would be a temporary restriction on surplus, essentially, because you won't lapse your 2023 budget into fund balance until the end of 2024. So you would just be restricting your fund balance for that period of time. But what you would be doing is maximizing the appropriation that you have inside a cap. So what I can make a note to go to the maximum of the appropriation cap, put all of that into the contractual garbage disposal line, the garbage and trash removal account, and offset that exact amount by utilizing additional fund balance for this year. Like I said, it'll just restrict it for 2 years technically, but next year is when you'll see the first quarter of the tax impact, and then 2025 you'll see a full year of it.
So I feel like we should do that simply because if I don't know where the contract's going to come in, but if it was bad, we might have to start making cuts we really didn't want to make.
So I agree with Council President Kaufman, but we just want our business administrator, Ms. Apratella. Do you agree with what's being recommended? Do you think it's prudent?
Yes, I do. Every time I'm at a conference or receive a listserv survey, the number of the increase just keeps going up and up and up. And unfortunately, we need to plan as much as possible. And this is a necessary action.
All right, before I go to the council, is any member of the committee wish to chime in? Mr. Ruhlman.
Do we have any room in our rut? I noticed there was I don't know the exact number of it. It looked like it was about $570,000. And I thought someplace along the line, Chris, you said that we collected all our taxes, that we had 100% tax rate. Did I misunderstand you?
What I was referring to earlier is the tax sale, where we were able to cancel the tax sale. The tax sale is based on delinquencies from the prior year, so we were able to collect 100% of our delinquencies from the prior year. The current year, there's always going to be outstanding items. We would never be at 100% collection rate.
All right, but what about, what about the RUT? I noticed the RUT was in there also, the reserve for uncollected taxes, and that was, again, I don't remember the number and I don't have the book open. I don't want to try to rummage through it to find it. But I thought that was, I thought that was in at about $500,000 or $600,000.
You're
Is there
correct.
any wiggle room there?
The reserve for uncollected taxes, we left that flat year over year at $570,000. What that does is, it makes up the difference between what 100% tax collection rate is and what you expect your tax collection rate to be. The difference of that is the amount that replenishes back into surplus. So, I take a somewhat conservative approach here because, number one, you're not legally allowed to overestimate the amount that you're going to receive in taxes, because you still have to pay 100% of your obligations, regardless of whether you collect your taxes, which is why this account exists. But any excess in tax collections also replenishes your fund balance. So as we're utilizing fund balance, we want to make sure that we're replenishing it, and adjusting reserve for uncollected taxes up or down if there's been no material change in your collection rate is a toggle switch for your fund balance. So that's why I leave it flat. And now keep in mind, by leaving it flat, I'm actually reducing it slightly because our overall assessed valuations goes up, our overall collections goes up. So I'm not adjusting the reserve for uncollected taxes upwards with that. For reference, not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but this is expecting about a 98.5% collection rate. So not too far from 99% year over year, which is less than what we actually received. But again, conservative to make sure that we're replenishing the fund balance we're utilizing each year.
Okay. All right, can you also just give me some idea of what our surplus is year over year, where we are now?
Absolutely. Just pull up that number. So our financial statements have us at $7,144,914.23. And actually, what I can do here, I can show you the trend of where that's been. Right, so we saw about a $500,000 reduction last year because we had to restrict our fund balance due to utilizing those funds for in lieu of selling notes on our debt obligations. So I restricted it by about $1.5 million. So that we didn't have to pay 4% on that this year in the budget, which is savings of about $60,000 in interest alone, and that got us to about zero in cash in general capital, which is, and I know we had previous conversations about, we are going to have to borrow this year, and that's why we left the money in the professional service account in the finance department for an official statement. But this is an analysis of fund balance over the last what's it, 8 or 9 years. You see the bulk of what's replenishing the fund balance. And I know this was a conversation when I first started in River Edge about the deferred school tax. You see a lot of it is coming from the deferred school tax on the bottom here. So even though, you know, the amount, you know, looks higher than it's been, and it is, you know, we've certainly been increasing our surplus, and we've been doing that intentionally, and that is going to help us substantially when we are going for in front of the rating agencies and getting a rating for our bond issuances. You know, they're going to look at this. You know, we have a pretty good bond rating right now, and it's because of our fund balance. They weight it pretty heavily when they're going through that analysis. But this is where we are. We're utilizing, so last year we utilized $1,212,000, but $150,000 of that was for a one-time expense that we had in we put in the budget for improvements to borough property. We pulled that out of the budget, and we pulled the $150,000 out of surplus because those were intended to just offset each other. So the amount that we're using this year of $1,312,500 is actually a $250,000 increase over last year. So we are utilizing more surplus this year. The intent here is to utilize what I think we're going to replenish. Again, you know, trying to stay conservative for the unknowns. So, you know, am I comfortable utilizing a little bit more surplus? Certainly, we can do that. I would prefer to do that over modifying our reserve for uncollected taxes. You know, the amount that we utilize is really a question on, you know, how comfortable we feel with depleting that fund balance for what we know are going to be recurring items, right? So if we don't have a plan for replenishing that surplus year over year, and we know that our budget's going to continue to go up, you know, you can only offset it for so many years before you deplete your balance.
Did I understand you correctly? You said that last year we used $1.2 million of our surplus into our budget. We used that utilized in the budget was $1.2 million. Now, this year you plan to do $1.3 million plus. Is that what I understood?
That's correct. So this is the number from last year up in the corner here. And you see that's $150,000 increase over the previous year, and that covered the borough improvements. This year's budget has $1,312,500. So it looks like it's $100,000 increase, but it's actually a $250,000 increase because we pulled the $150,000 out of the appropriation side.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other member of committee? All right, then what we're going to do is, Councilwoman Kaufman, I think you're going to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward to adopt the budget, adopt everything we've changed today.
Second.
Okay, does that include maxing out the cap that you were talking about before?
Yes, and I guess we'll see that number later when Mr. Talia has a chance to run the numbers.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Chris, are you understanding what we're doing? Are you on with us?
Yes. Yes.
So we're adding essentially we're adding $100,000 to what we're putting in for the garbage line. Is that correct, Council President?
I believe so.
Great.
It'll be roughly that.
Yeah. All right. And so the council understands. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is open for debate, discussion, or comment. Is there debate, discussion, or comment? Seeing none, all in, hold on. Lizette, does this need to be a roll call?
No, it just needs to be a consensus. The official introduction of the budget will be on Monday with all this updated information listed.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstentions? All right, I believe we've concluded our business. I want to say some thanks, if that's correct. Lizette, is there, Ms. Apardella, is there any further business before this body?
No,
So I want to thank Ms. Sanders for being joining the budget committee this year. We really appreciate it. It's essentially 9 hours worth of work, and we really appreciate it. We want to thank also Mr. Ruhlman and Mr. Krautheim. You've done this for years, and you've been faithful to us, and your thoughts and your comments, as well as Ms. Sanders' thoughts and comments, are so very valuable for us to act appropriately and within the constraints that we're within. So we are so grateful to have you both. Any one of you three who would like to make a comment before we end this year's, no, I'm talking about and then of course I'll come to you. I'll start with Ms. Sanders. You're our newbie. Any comments or thoughts before we conclude?
I just want to thank the mayor and council. It's a very hard job what you're doing, and I think you're doing a wonderful job in keeping this town safe and, you know, trying to keep our taxes down. So thank you very much for all your time.
We appreciate that. Now, Ken and Al, who has more seniority?
I'm not sure. We have to go back to the record books, Al. I'm not sure. Is it
All right,
about
I'll
the
go
same or-
alphabetically then. Mr. Krautheim, any
No,
comments?
I want to thank you, certainly you guys for what you do and the finance committee who put a ton of hours, I'm sure, because obviously the debates we had were limited. So that means people vetted this stuff way before we got into this process today. Can't wait to be at the dinner party and address all the people that were in attendance over the last 2 weekends from the public. Oh, that's right, there was nobody. So I look forward to having more debates at all the dinner meetings and town meetings and other things I participate in about the taxes and the rates going the way they are. But basically, after all these years of doing this, at some point, there is a time where it really does start to become an affecting process of quality of life decisions, right? So hard decisions that we made today, cutting some fire stuff, cutting police stuff, doing like that, really is where we're down to because our budgets are so minimal to what is there on the wish list that we do this all the time. And, we've cut the toner and cartridge and paper and all that crap 1,000 years ago. So there's none of that left to cut. And it's really about these quality of life decisions and with changes like the garbage thing coming about and the recycle, at some point we're going to deal with recycles being cartage. Let's be honest, it's not a recycling. Nobody's taking recycles anymore. So it's going to be an expense to throw them out. But that's where we're at. And, you guys did a great job to try to mitigate as much as we can. And, it's probably a little bit more than everybody wants to hear, but the reality is it is what it is. So thanks again for all your guys' efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Krautheim. Mr. Ruhlman.
Well, again, I'd like to thank you all for the hard work that you've done. I appreciate the information that I get from Chris and Lizette. It's very easy a lot of times to follow it, although saying that this budget process of any part of it is easy is not a really accurate statement, I'm sure. I also want to really comment on the management of the town. I'm always amazed at how well our department heads know their departments and know how they operate and know where they need money and where they don't need money and how they're willing to give up and maintain, but also tell you what they do need. I find this extremely refreshing, especially going in a town that has about, 11, 12,000 people. I would just like to have more of them know how well you do for how little you make to do it. It's a really very refreshing. And although you are paid officials of the town, I'm sure most of it is a labor of love rather than a financial gain. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Welcome, Mr. Ruhlman. I want to recognize Finance Chair Michelle Kaufman. I'd like to recognize Finance Member Dario Canigo. I'd like to recognize Finance Chair Member Lisa Montesano Cohen. These three members of council have put in so many extra hours, and I'm going to call on you for comments. Particularly, I'd like to thank our business administrator, Ms. Apatella, for guiding us through this, doing a phenomenal job, and Mr. Battaglia, Chris. I was doing well, Chris. I was doing really well. I'm a little tongue-tied now. For all the hours and the great job you do at making a very complicated topic very simple. When we go to you, you're so good about being concise and using common language. And so grateful. So on behalf of the council, to all of you, thank you. And that's our committee and council. Okay, Councilman Canigo, you wanted a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I've been on this committee and as a member of the Finance Committee for the past 7 years. If a resident or just a casual viewer were to look at our last 2 budget meetings, they would say, well, you know, they spent 4 hours one week, 5 hours the next, not a big deal, 10 hours to whip this budget together. What most people don't realize is the immense amount of work that goes behind the scenes, not only by our Finance Committee chair, who spends an inordinate amount of time poring over every single line of the budget to see where all the cuts can be made. Of course, my co-committee member, Lisa Montesano Cohen, myself, but also every other council person who is a liaison to the departments and all the department heads, as Mr. Ruhlman correctly noted. It's a very symbiotic relationship. We all work hard together. We go back to our department heads and we talk to our department heads about what they actually need, what they require, what their wants are, and what they can live with us slashing. The conversations that we had today in public were mostly had behind the scenes as well, between individual liaisons and department heads and the borough administrator and the financial, Mr. Battaglia, our chief financial officer. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and there's a lot of work that is put in, and we have constraints that we just can't do anything with. You know, most of what we can work with is little, and we cut and we chop and we ask our departments to work with what we have, and they have always been terrific. So we should also recognize everybody in the borough of River Edge who works so hard for the residents. So when, as Mr. Krautheim says, they want to burn us in effigy for raising their taxes $225 this year, just remember, these are real people working really hard to look out for the people of River Edge. It has been my pleasure thus far being on this committee, and I thank everybody involved and everybody on the screen here for all the hard work you've all done.
I'm going to save the council president and the finance chair to the end. Councilwoman Montesano Cohen, you're part of the finance committee. Do you wish to say a few words? You don't have to if you don't want.
Thank you, Mayor. I just echo what everyone has said, especially from the Citizens Committee. We appreciate your support being here with us. This year has been extremely difficult. We did work a lot in conjunction with the departments to get us to a place that doesn't hurt us as much. I'm a payer as well, taxpayer. And I appreciate everybody's effort. I appreciate really Lisette answering all of the questions that I come up in the middle of the night, a morning, at night, any hour. Chris, yourself, for just responding so quickly, even on vacation. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to Anne for putting us with us as well throughout these meetings. I appreciate everyone's support.
Here to all that. Any member of council before I go to council president? Lizette, Chris, do you have any final comments before I go to the council president?
Sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you as well to the finance committee and everybody on the screen. It's an arduous process, so thank you to everyone.
I just wanted to recognize all of our departments. We have amazing professionals, a wonderful CFO. And, you know, this isn't over for us. You know, the employees in the borough, the department heads, we look at our budget every single day, 365 days a year. We try our best to be conservative, but we have to be cognizant of increases, whether it's contractual or whether it is state mandated, especially our Department of Public Works gets slammed with new regulations from the DEP, for example, which generate additional costs, whether it's through the department or through engineering. And we try our very, very best. And the official budget season for us starts in late September, October, when Chris sends out the budget to everyone. I have them provide a justification request. So, the last quarter of the year, we are putting everything together, and then, I input it, we give it to Chris. Then after the holidays, like, oh, we got this new bill, or, oh, we found out about this that we have to add and we have to change. So it is a constant evaluation, course correction, but we do it all as professionals in the best interest for everyone in the borough.
Thank you. All right, Councilwoman Mallory.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone, also to the Financial Committee members, and to Mrs. Saportella for all the hard work and everything, answering every question, even for someone like me, for example, that doesn't have a financial background. To Mr. Battaglia, thank you very much for all the explanations. And the Citizen Committee that participated and gave their input as well. Thank you all.
Councilman Benson.
Yeah, I'll just say that, I'm newer to the council. I managed a budget, $2 million budget when I was at city, but it's nothing like this. All the complexities and grants and so forth. So I'm so impressed by all the work everyone has done. And I thank everyone who's on this call very much.
And Mr. Battaglia, again, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. And now we go to Council President Kaufman and our Finance Chair.
Just to reiterate what everyone has so well said, a huge thank you to our CFO, Chris Battaglia. He's fantastic, and ditto Lisette Apertella and Ann Dodd, and also an enormous thank you to all of our department heads, Superintendent Melito, Chief Caridi, Chief Walker, Chief Sanders. We could not do this without you. And a huge thank you to the mayor and council and the finance committee for all the time that they put in. I know, not the result we wanted this year, but we did what we could. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Again, thank you, everyone. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thanks,
Have a good
everyone.
weekend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Every weekend.
Bye-bye now.